you're streaming right now?
I am live. Don't say
Yes.
anything horrifying.
I'll just get the VOD from you then. I'm not going to record today.
Valid, I guess. We haven't actually uploaded any of our episodes, so.
Look, I'll get one of them out throughout this week.
Okay. Alright. Is everyone caught
Said
up?
that live too, so.
Good, you did. I know, it's on recording.
Doug's last video 6 months ago.
We're not
Right.
going to talk about that for reasons.
Okay. Alright. Cool. Let's move on. Welcome to Characters and Dice Out. Oh, I really fucked up the title. This is CoilPunk. Whatever. Suppose CoilPunk isn't anywhere in the name. Whatever. Oh, here we go. You ready to clip this, Justin?
What?
What's being clipped?
I noticed you clipped the end of this last time.
Did I?
I thought so.
I did not mean to.
Well, anyways, here we go. Disclaimer time. This is a world of fiction, named characters, places, and incidents either are products of the GameMaster's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is either entirely coincidental or intentionally fictitious. The views and opinions expressed in this fictional world are those of its author, the GameMaster, and do not necessarily affect the views or positions of the players. Similarly, the views and opinions expressed by the players and the characters are their own and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of the GameMaster. Season 1, The Coils of Manhattan. A D&D campaign in the world of CoilPunk.
Woohoo!
Episode 6, The Green Seed.
You hear honking? It's my dog biting her chew toy.
Classic. Okay. So, if you recall last session, as I just leave this up to just do a quick recap, you had just escaped from the Satanic Temple. That's essentially what it was. The Temple of Demons, whatever you want to call it. The Brownstones. The Lockbridge Brownstones. You had gone to Tesla. You had interacted with Solomon's box. Full disclosure, we recorded that episode before I got my PC, so my PC is literally named Solomon's box. Because it felt appropriate.
Yeah, it sounds appropriate. That's better than my PC name. My PC name, I think, is Domino's Pizza Box.
That is aptly named for you.
Nope,
Yeah.
Domino's Pizza Oven. Sorry, my laptop is
That's
Pizza
fair.
Box.
And you had discovered that there were a bunch of items that had been scattered to the wind, kind of, that had been in the temple, but after the church raided him, they escaped. The cultist escaped with a bunch of them. So, all that being said, Tesla essentially was like, go back to the hotel. I've got nothing for you right now. I got to gather some information. So you've done that. You're back at the Hotel Talaria. And you're in your rooms. What are you doing as we kind of rejoin our characters for the first time since all of that's gone down?
Alright, guys, I'm gonna be completely honest here. I was eavesdropping and I don't know what the fuck you guys were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. You also had the conversation about Justin's new
Condition.
thing.
Skin condition.
Yeah, skin condition.
Indeed, I have a skin condition.
Oh, would you like some lotion? I've got some.
Does it have a high SPF?
I don't... What are those letters?
You don't think sunscreen's a thing yet, for the record? It doesn't come around until like the 90s, like the 1990s or something like that.
I see. I have gained future
Sunscreen,
as well.
relatively. Sunscreen's a relatively recent thing, actually.
I don't think sunscreen is. I think the knowledge of us using sunscreen is new.
Well, no, like the chemically, created sunscreen. I'm sure, sure there were other solutions back in the day, but.
Alright, well...
scrub me with a steel iron brush.
That was sexy.
Pardon?
It might work better than the lotion. I don't know.
Gotcha. So what's our plans? What's next?
Perhaps we should go talk to Tesla to see if he has any updates.
That is a good idea.
Yep. All right.
Okay, so as you guys get up to leave, Justin, if you recall, in our first session, you picked up a seed.
Did I
It
really?
was green in color, and it had come from
It's
some
orange now.
sort of plate.
It's orange now.
So be it. It is now orange.
So, anyways, you have the seed, and you haven't really noticed as of yet, but through this whole time, it's kind of been getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and now it's about the size of like maybe like a baseball-sized like egg shape. And as you're going to the door, you're sort of like ruffling your stuff together, checking your pockets. You're doing your pocket check that everybody does before they leave.
Yep.
And this seed falls out of the pouch or pocket that it was in. And
Oh.
it tumbles to the ground and rolls between the three of you. And it sits there on the ground. What do you do?
I suppose I'll reach and grab it.
So as you grab it, first of all, you notice, hey, this is a lot bigger than it was when I picked it up the first time. Secondly, you notice that it's giving off some sort of magical aura now.
Huh. Yeah, maybe I should give this to Tesla.
What do you do?
Can
But-
I investigate this
Yeah,
strange thing?
Go ahead. Roll ahead and roll investigation.
I got a 23.
Holy shit. Okay. Go ahead and make an Arcana check with that, with advantage.
Oh, okay, good thing I had advantage. The advantage didn't help. I rolled a 12.
You rolled a
Okay.
12? Do I
That's
want
enough
to
to
spend
know
a
it's
lucky
magic
already?
of some sort.
Okay,
Um,
never mind.
But your investigation tells you that not only is it magical, it's starting to emanate cold. Like, the way if you were like holding a candle, it would be warm. Holding this is cold, right? So it emanates cold. And it stinks of death.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what you know.
am I
And it's
tempted
just
to eat
covered in magical aura.
I'm about ready to pull a Gimli and just smash it.
it? I don't think that's a wise idea.
Have we noticed this in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, it rolled out of his pocket, so you definitely saw him, and he's picking it up and looking at it right now. So yes, I would assume so.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them that I think
Hey,
we should
Camilla.
bring this to. I think we should bring this to Tesla.
What you got there?
I'm just gonna bring this to Tesla. I think that's a good idea. I think if I say anything else, someone here is going to try and smash it.
What do you got that? What do you got that?
Nothing.
Well, back in the hills, I used to pop hot sunflower seeds. I wonder if that tastes the same.
Can I? I'm gonna roll an insight check on that, as we all know that is bullshit. But I want to find out it's bullshit.
Okay.
I rolled a 10. That's probably not enough.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. It's nothing. Let's go talk to Tesla anyway, though, because we have other things to talk about.
Yep, let's show this nothing to Tesla.
Well, I don't care about this nothing. We just have to talk to Tesla still, don't we?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's log that in the concerning. Keep it in mind.
Nope. It's not concerning and not in mind for me. Let's go.
All right.
That's interesting. Okay, so you go to leave your rooms. Who attempts to open the door? Or who opens the door, I should say.
Me.
Attempt. So Jonathan Adams, as you go to reach for this door and you grab the handle to turn it, it does not open. It seems, even though you're on the inside and you can see the lock is unlocked, it seems as if this door is locked.
I twist the handle down to the most opened position, and I'm just shoving my arm against the door.
Go ahead and roll a strength check.
Okay. We're gonna keep it actually because I think it would be funny. Nat 1.
All right, roll percentile.
Oh,
I didn't see it going this way, but
45.
give me 1 second.
Just dislocates my shoulder.
What'd you roll? Sorry, 65?
45.
45. Okay.
I'm fine to have a nat 1 against a door versus versus
this is appropriate. This is appropriate. You break a bone in your hand trying to open the door, so you get it caught weirdly in the handle, and one of your fingers breaks.
Gotcha.
So you suffer disadvantage for the rest of the encounter, and you take 1d6 damage every round until it's healed. So you
Yummy.
take d6 of damage currently.
Okay, am I rolling? You rolling?
I'm rolling. I just need to get my dice out. That's 1 point of damage.
Okay. Owie.
Okay, so the other two, I'm gonna remember your names, Camillus and Wilhelm. You see Jonathan attempt to open the door, and you hear a crack as one of his fingers breaks, and you see him just pull back, and he's waving his hand in the thing you do when you hurt your hand.
What happened? Is the door trapped or something?
It must be
What if
some
the door
kind of
didn't want
ward.
to open for me? Fucking
I'm,
bit my hand.
I'm gonna walk over to with my healer's kit and wrap up that hand and use its
Do you want me
charge
to do it? I have +7 to medicine.
I mean, you can. I think I have a healer's kit which lets me just expend a charge to stabilize something.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm just gonna stabilize that wound because I thought I heard something about that hand doing damage over time.
Yep.
Ranch.
All right.
So you put a splint on his finger, essentially, so it won't do any more HP damage.
Can I flavor which finger?
Yes.
I know which one you're gonna have. Middle. So that's the one splinted up.
God, children.
Well then, it appears that we are thwarted by this door. I suppose we're gonna have to go somewhere else then. I'm gonna go back to my room later.
Here's the thing. I'm not thinking rationally right now.
Oh, I don't think you are.
Whilst
Other hand. Oh wait, no.
I look away from the door and you can see that the cogs are turning. That I'm making. I'm thinking, but I'm looking out the window right now.
Dude, you pushed. It's a pull door.
It's a
You pushed when you should have pulled.
You do it then. I don't trust that door.
All right, I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna.
That logic is sound.
I'm going to pull the door instead of pushing it.
That's sound logic because the door is the outside door, the exterior door to your room, so it would open inward theoretically. So go ahead and make a strength check. Wilhelm.
I also got a nat 1.
Roll percentile. This is fucking gold right here.
I got a 38.
You got a 38. So you're trying to pull the door open from the handle, right? So you start struggling with it. So you brace yourself and you're just pulling and pulling. You put a foot against the wall, and as you're pulling, you manage to pull the handle off the door, and you fall back and hit your head straight down on the floor. You're incapacitated for
All right, I'm out.
6 seconds.
All right, I'm back. Well, I'm gonna lay on the ground, lift up the handle, stare at it. It wasn't a pull door, and I'm gonna set the handle back down and lay there for a bit. Well, I'm out of ideas. Who's next?
I'm just staring out the window right now.
Give us. What's your play?
Can I do an Arcana check?
Yeah.
As I'm staring out the window, how many stories up am I?
I got an 11.
You're at the top story of this hotel.
Just let the intrusive thoughts win. Jump.
I don't remember how tall it is right now. You got an 11?
I just got venom in my inner ear telling me to jump.
Camillus, I want you to roll on religion.
Okay. I got a 17.
So with that Arcana check, you kind of detected that there was some sort of magic going on here, but it wasn't like your typical arcane magic. It felt like some sort of religious magic, but not like your religious magic. So it's not like religious magic of the church. It feels like there's some sort of deity magic going on here, but not related to the church in any way.
I see.
So you roll on religion, and you realize that like as you're studying this Arcana, there's something that like fills your chest that just makes you want to like punch something, but also like you feel like you're the strongest person in the world kind of punch something, not like you're rageful kind of punch something. What do you do?
Can I punch the door?
Go ahead and roll what's it called? Roll the hit, but it's unarmed attack.
I would like to comment that doors truly are our one weakness. If it's locked, we're done. We can't do anything.
Okay, I rolled a 1 plus 3.
This is why I grabbed Lucky.
What?
Oh boy.
Oh, this is great.
We all just rolled. The first 3 rolls have been nat ones.
And it's against a door!
Percentile!
Okay, well, we're in a fun fucking
Can
event
we
now,
get through
boys.
the first door?
79.
79. Viewers, this will feel very, very familiar if you've been watching. 79?
Yep.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
Uh-oh.
So you punch the door. It does this ricochet thing. And it gets... So this is what 79 gets you. Devastating air. As a free action, your opponent may immediately make 1 melee attack with advantage against you as a reaction. So the door is going to get to try and hit you back, essentially.
For every force,
It does not roll a nat 1, for the record. What's your AC?
17.
17. It does hit a 17.
Is the door a mimic?
It does 1 point of damage. Camillus, 1 point of damage.
Okay. It's not that bad. I can deal with
So
that.
you throw this punch. The door really what happens is like the door caves in and then snaps back, so it bruises your knuckles. So you take 1 point of damage for that. And as you're like, you pull your fist back to look at it, being like, "What the fuck just happened?" There's a golden glowing hand that comes out and closes around your fist, heals you for that 1 point of damage you've taken. The bruises disappear, and as you look back up at the door, Strength stands there in front of you.
Strength!
Strength!
Okay, hang on. I'll be right back.
All right, how high did we say that we're out of that window?
I honestly don't remember. I know I gave you a floor number at some point, but it's pretty high. High enough that you would die if you jumped out.
Perfect. I'm walking to the window.
Okay. Justin
Well,
said he was
with-
going to pop out for a
Yep.
second. Are you back?
I don't think so.
Okay. So anyway, Strength appears holding Justin's fist. It's awkward. He just kind of. Oh, I bet he popped off to grab food. Yeah. So Strength is standing in front of you. What do the other two of you do? Well, Justin is. While Camillus is being held by Strength.
I am walking over to the window and considering my odds.
Go ahead and roll. Fuck, would it be like intelligence, insight, something to that effect?
Sure.
Would that be intelligence or wisdom?
It's probably more of a wisdom thing, which is insight.
Let's roll insight then.
4.
Okay, your character is completely on the brink of just doing this.
That's right. I am also on the brink of doing this.
Okay, Jonathan, where are you at? What are you doing? What are you doing as Camillus is being held by Strength?
Let's see here. Well, Strength, it's been a small time. What have you been?
He looks at you with his piercing gray eyes and says, "I'm Strength. I come when I am needed and appear where strength is lost."
Are you here to help us open the door again?
He looks at you and is like, "No, I made it so you couldn't open it. That's kind of how I appear places. If someone struggles with a door, I can appear through that door. So,
Oh no.
sorry about the handle. I didn't mean for that to happen exactly."
I throw the handle out the window.
Roll the hit. Let's see if you break the window.
I opened the window.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't sure. You didn't clarify. Yeah, so
Still
you
roll
open
the
one
hit. See if it hits anyone
Roll
below.
the hit. See if you hit someone below. Yeah, that's a fair assumption.
What's my modifier?
I'm gonna give you +3.
16.
16. So there's this guy walking on the street. He's selling cabbages. Your doorknob.
Selling cabbages.
I was hoping someone pick up on that.
Oh, fuck.
Your doorknob smacks right into his head, and he's knocked out for 1 minute.
Well, fuck that guy. You gotta have luck in business.
As you say that, you see two thieves come up and steal some of his cabbages.
See? Look at
Rob.
that. Can't be unlucky in business.
Oh gosh.
Okay, I'm kind of stalling for Justin to come back, but
Yep.
Strength. Let's go with Justin, and he's now he's looking at you, Wilhelm, and he's like, "That seemed excessive."
Oh, I haven't even started excessive yet. I start looking through my pack and look for a rope and said, I'm done with doors. I'm going out this way.
And Strength is like, "I admire strength of character and persistence."
Well, now I don't want to do this. I'm torn. All right, out the window I go.
as you go to move out the window, to crawl out the window slams shut. As this happens, from behind Strength emerges the shaman of Central Park. If you recall from the first episode, this is who you met before you dealt with the Gothias tree. So she appears from behind Strength. She's just closed the window on you. And Strength is like, "Ah, yes, I have come with the fellow of mine. She has an important quest and information for all of you." How do you all
look like
respond?
someone who knows what seeds are. What?
Justin, what the fuck? He leaves the one time.
I'm gonna yell at him.
So
Okay, I'm
Strength, why
back.
didn't you die when you died?
Okay, everyone is back. Okay, cool. Okay, Strength's gonna answer your question. He's like, "I am Strength."
Okay.
Yeah, that's how he answers. Um,
I just give a small nod.
yes. So Justin, while you're away, the shaman of Central Park appeared from behind Strength.
Oh.
And he was like, "Oh yes, I brought this person with me. They have a quest for you and information that will help you." And she is staring you down.
Oh.
This is the shaman you met in Central Park from episode 1. She looks at you and she says, "The seed, Camillus. Where is it?"
What seed?
And she gives you this look that says, "Do not tempt the fates."
How do you know about whatever the hell you're talking about? Why are you? How did you know where we live?
Pretty sure she's been here
How
before.
did you know where we live, Strength?
That's a better
Strength, like,
question.
I am Strength. I know many things.
I'm uncomfortable right now.
Well, this is the size of the seed at the moment, by the way.
Oh.
Oh, gotcha.
That
So
ain't a
it's
seed. That's a fucking egg.
Yeah, I was kind of getting at that. Surprised you hadn't gathered that earlier. Yeah, Strength's like, yeah, I know a lot of things. Actually, I'm not. I play games. I'm not just stupid. I'm not all brawn. I've got brains.
I'm uncomfortable.
I'm gonna ask them how they know about the seed.
So the shaman will respond. The seed is of Central Park. It was made there, dropped there, and you took it from there. I know all of the things of Central Park.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I took it because it dropped from that evil tree.
It did, in fact, drop from the evil tree.
Why do you want an evil-looking seed back?
I don't want it back. I want it destroyed, he said.
I take out my sword.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give it to her.
Oh, you're just gonna give it to her?
Yeah.
As you hold it out to her, she looks at it and she says, "I cannot grasp it. Its evil will corrupt me as it corrupted my park."
I see.
I'll just
put
sit it on the ground.
into-
I'll swing at it.
Mayhaps we not be
Split
too
the damn thing in
hasty
half.
and destroy magical artifacts based off of what one person says. I know a independent person who mayhaps be able to identify this.
I think that's the independent person that we're looking at, isn't it?
No, this is not the person I know.
Oh.
No, this is the shaman from Central Park that you met before you dealt with the Gothai. This is this person. She says, our tree lord Salak's crown has offered a great reward for its destruction. You will remember Salak's crown also from episode 1. He is the tree who is in charge of Central Park.
That
Yes.
what might be considered a great reward? And why does he want it destroyed?
Salak's crown wants this great evil destroyed from this world.
You keep
Thrust
saying the
from this
word
world.
great evil.
It has the power to corrupt any being of nature into an evil thing. What else do you want me to call it?
I'll be
I don't
honest,
know.
Will.
You didn't
I'm
tell
pretty
us
sure
that
it's
part.
evil. It
I
feels
was
pretty
telling
evil.
you.
You want to hold it? I'm sure you'll be able to feel how evil it is.
Sure. I touched the thing.
Roll Arcana.
18. No, 16. I do math. No, 18. It is 18. I'm good at math.
18. As this falls into your hand, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Is this a mental effect?
Yes.
I have advantage on this roll.
Perfect.
I don't need it. I rolled on that 20.
Perfect. As it falls into your hand, you can feel that it's attempting to exert its will on you, but because you are not a being of nature, all it would be able to do is show you visions of great evil happening, or what could become of an evil future. So you are able, with your mental prowess, essentially, to detect that it's trying to imbue upon you these things and block it from happening.
Wait,
So
it's trying to stop evil things from happening, is what you're saying the seed is.
No. The seed is trying to do evil things.
Okay.
Because you rolled a nat 20 on your wisdom save, you're essentially able to stop it from showing you the things that will happen. That it wants to happen. I didn't describe that very well. That's valid. It is trying to show you things it wants to happen and things it wants to make you make happen.
All right, I'm going to stop
detect
touching
all
it,
that.
and I'm going to float it up in the air, and then I'm going to light it on fire.
Okay, go ahead and light it on fire.
I do.
You can just do that. I need everyone in the room to make a wisdom save.
Yay!
Well, this doesn't seem very good.
No! I'm using a lucky. Okay.
I rolled a 21.
18.
14.
Okay. So everyone in the room, as this seed erupts in flames, can hear the screams of death and dying. Those of you who rolled above a 15, so everyone but Jonathan, are essentially unaffected by it. You're like, oh, this thing is just dying, it's fine. Jonathan, you are so imbued with terror, with absolute, I must stop this from happening, that I'm going to essentially tell you, its magic is working on you in such a way that you are insistent on stopping it from burning.
Gotcha.
Do any of us notice that?
I don't believe so. I think the screams kind of distract you from it.
Okay.
Well,
Jonathan, what do you do?
Well, yeah. I'm gonna be like, stop the fire! Stop the fire! Stop the fire! Ow! Ow!
As he jumps in the fire, I'll stop it and go to Jonathan. What the fuck?
Oh no!
Jonathan,
I just felt
I need you to make another wisdom save because I'm going to assume you're now holding the egg.
Yeah.
Did he grab it out of my telekinetic grasp?
Yes, he did. He was
Okay.
trying to put up fire.
17 plus 2. I had to use another lucky already. I'm down to 1.
Nice. With a 19, I need you to make an Arcana check.
Nat 1.
That's really unfortunate.
Yep.
So you're able to resist. Once you have it in your hands, you're basically able to resist its mental effects. But now it's kind of like past that point of it that necessarily mattering because it's not on fire anymore. You rolled a nat 1 on your Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
You think this thing is a holy relic. You're convinced this has some religious meaning behind it. It shows
Nature's
you
important,
visions.
okay?
Like, to put this in perspective, like, of the perspective of Jonathan Adams, right? This is a priest who's never seen something like this happen before. So he's just gotten these terrible visions, basically of the apocalypse. Like, this is revelations come to life for you. You're pretty convinced this is has some sort of religious significance, essentially. But it is no longer acting on you in any sort of magical way. You simply just believe that.
I don't think it's smart for me to hold this. I don't think it's smart for anyone to hold this.
Why don't I do it then? And I grab it with my mental hand and pull it from his hands.
I freely
Jonathan, are
let
you
the
gonna
thing
let
go.
that? Okay.
I'm terrified of the thing at this point.
Valid. Okay. It's back in under your control. Well,
All right. I'm going to make it orange.
I am slightly confused
Turns
as to
orange.
why none of this happened to me and only happened to you guys.
Oh, I think I
Good
know
point.
why.
Why do you think that is?
I have a couple of guesses.
I can tell you, in world, there are 2 separate explanations for why it did not affect you.
I see.
That's all I'll say on the matter. But
That's one more than I expected.
yeah. So what are you guys gonna do?
I'm going to use minor illusion on it to make it look like it is completely fine, and then I'm going to crush it with my mental fingers.
Go ahead and make a. Now, how would you make a check to crush something with your mental fingers?
I don't know.
Strength or intelligence, maybe?
Yeah, probably intelligence or wisdom, whichever you prefer.
I like intelligence.
It's going to put up a fight.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah. So this is what's
Wait,
gonna
can
happen.
I, as he's doing that, I want to cast some kind of ward here. What do I have? I see no wards. I must have not put them on. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna make a light.
Yeah. All right. So, Wilhelm, as you go to crush this thing with your mind, I need all of you to make. We've done a lot of wisdom. Let's do intelligence for this one. So go ahead and everyone make an intelligence save. First of all.
How the fuck was that a good roll?
Okay, I got a 22.
I got a 19.
15.
Okay. So Wilhelm, you crush this thing with your mind, and it just starts oozing. As if you crush it, it just becomes parts of the egg and green ooze that just start dripping to the floor.
Nope, it looks normal. Remember? Minor illusion on it. Nothing happened.
Oh. I suppose. Well, no, the minor illusion doesn't work on you, does it?
I mean, it's an illusionary effect of that. Like it just. I suppose if there's ooze coming to the film, maybe it's let me read minor illusion. It says like create a sound or an image of an object within range that lasts for the duration. So I just create the image over it. I can create the image of an object such as like a chair, muddy footprints, a small chest. As long as it's smaller than 5 cubic feet, I can just make a
A
sound or image.
completely intact egg is leaking now.
Yes, a completely intact egg is leaking.
Nope. I'm gonna make 5 foot. It's hovering. You know what? Fine. What? You know what? Fuck. I don't know how to handle the leak. The sound. No, the image is that it is not leaking, but you hear the sound occasional drips.
Yes, you do
Because
hear the
I can only-
sound. Drip, drip, drip.
Where's that dripping coming from?
Leaky room. The windows.
Camillus, you rolled a 22, correct?
Yeah.
First of all, you're seeing past Wilhelm's illusion.
That is true.
So if all was well, you would see this egg crushed and dripping. But you're seeing past that illusion as well. And the egg is perfectly fine. Do with that information as you will.
I'm gonna cast.
So the only
Sacred
person that knows
Flame on
that's
it.
Camillus. So Camillus, you're not hearing those. I mean, you hear the drips. You don't hear the drips. But you can also tell like there's an illusion happening that they're detecting that you're not. I don't know.
I'm
Illusions are
gonna
complicated.
cast Sacred Flame at it.
Go ahead and that's just a happen, right? That's a
It's Dex 15.
What
Which
the fuck?
I don't know if an egg can use Dex.
yeah. So Sacred Flame, the flames of heaven engulf this egg. In that moment, because they're the flames of heaven, because they're sacred flames, all illusions fail. I'm adjudicating this as we go. All illusions fail, and the egg is still perfectly fine, unaffected by the flame, the sacred flame.
Well, only one thing to do. I throw it out the window.
No.
I'm kidding.
Okay, so the shaman at this point walks up to
Throw
it.
it to the cabbages.
The shaman at this point, like you're hovering it, correct? So the shaman like walks up to it and is like studying it. She's gonna make a roll. She succeeds, and she's like, "It is farther along than I had presumed. To destroy it will take a great act. I know not if anyone could truly accomplish this." And she looks at the three of you, and she looks at the egg, and she looks at the three of you, and she looks back at the egg.
I look to
this
the
is a
window.
running
I
gag.
look back at the egg. I look back to the window. I look back.
So what do you
And
do
she
with an egg
says-
that's this far along?
She says, "An egg like this, well, it may only be able to be destroyed by the one who created it." And she looks then
You
at
see,
Camillus.
you just told me that I think it's a holy item, so I'm just like, God, please, please destroy this creation of yours.
Go ahead and pray to God. Make a religion check.
Go ahead to pray to God. No one will hear you.
Yeah. I mean, kind of. Make a religion check.
Yeah, that's a solid 11.
You pray to God. You feel in your heart that He's listened to you, but nothing happened.
Gotcha.
The shaman looks at you, Camillus. Says, "You picked it up."
Yep.
And yet, when we spoke, when I told you of the vampire king who had ruled this land, you swore you would destroy him, move his remains from this island.
that, but okay.
You kind of sort
I
of.
remember that.
You've
I
had
still
this
plan
goal.
on doing so. I
I do
still plan
Yeah.
on doing so. I don't like.
You
the,
have had this.
I don't
I know
like
you
the
probably don't
jumping
remember
around.
because it happened a while ago. We've mentioned it since, but yeah, you do have this goal of you want to find this vampire, the remains of this vampire that once ruled the island, and remove his remains in
I
some
would
way.
like to point out that my contract is with Tesla, and this has not been talked about in any way, shape, or form. So Wilhelm's not too into this.
That's valid.
I mean, you can
I'm
go
always
ask Tesla
into
if he wants
killing
to get help.
vampires and goblins and ghouls.
Anyways, so again, Camillus, she's looked at you, and she's asked this question. You have promised this, yes?
But yes.
He who ruled the land, this island, as a vampire in his life, he too created these Gothias seeds. It is perhaps him and him alone, or perhaps his death alone, his true death alone, that would destroy these seeds.
Aye, now it is speaking in a language I can understand.
I would like to point out we nearly died to a vampire spawn. Moving on.
The shaman, I'm assuming you say this out loud.
Yes.
Yes.
The shaman looks at you and says, well, that vampire spawn was capable of defending itself. The vampire we speak of is currently incapacitated in his mausoleum.
I'll X it out, but continue.
And okay, she's now gonna launch into telling you this tale. When the vampire king was slain, those who did so knew not truly how to destroy a true vampire. They encased him in stone, sealed him in a stone coffin in a stone mausoleum, guarded by things unknown to the world of nature. Inside he rests, staked to the stone that contains him, with a stake of white oak. White oak incapacitates a vampire that has been staked through with it. He would be defenseless if you were only wise enough not to pull the stake out of him.
Don't vampires die when you stake them through the heart in their final resting place?
That's the issue, I'm afraid. While staked to stone, a vampire cannot die. He's merely incapacitated. Fire is needed, as is him being staked to earth. You must stake him to earth, real earth, not this created stone that the fool was used, and burn him alive. I mean, burn him to death. I mean, he's not alive. You've got to burn him and stake him, and there's a whole other things. Vampires are more complicated than they are. Full disclosure.
We just drag him out into the sunlight and leave him there for dawn.
You could do that. She tells you, yes, well, I suppose sunlight would also destroy him.
Why didn't they do that? I mean, all it would have taken was a single day. It's the sun touched him, he'd gone.
That I do not know, she says. I do not know the mere mortal ways of man.
Fair enough.
At that, my ears kind of peak up. You're not mortal.
She looks at you. She says, have I given you any reason to believe so?
I mean,
Any reason to believe that I am so?
Kind of look like a person.
And she
I
literally disappears in front of your eyes.
Well, that's a problem gone.
And Strength is like, yeah, they tend to do that.
What are they?
Strength is still here.
I'm gonna awkwardly walk around Strength. And I'm going to...
Yes, what can I help you with?
No, I'm just going. Bye. And I walk away. The seat is kind of gonna float with me.
She's like, oh, yeah, the door's open now. You notice now that the door is just kind of open.
Why did you lock the door?
Well, that's how I appear. Like, that's the only way I can appear to someone. They have to struggle to open a door.
I can never lock a door again.
The door
So I
was
can make
unlocked,
doors
but, like,
difficult to open, right, and then appear to them. But I can't just appear through any door. It needs to be a door you've struggled to open. So I can make doors difficult to open, but yeah, it's a whole thing.
what if you... Hang on. Do lids count as doors?
Do what?
Do lids count as doors?
It's
Are you
like
trying to-
I mean, I suppose so.
Are you trying to Pokemon this man?
No, I'm trying to pickle jar him.
Well, no. Well, here's the thing. The real question is, are there more doors or more windows?
Windows. I feel like
So,
that should be a
I'm
fairly
going to
obvious
Tesla
answer.
with the seed.
Yeah, you can do that. Strength will just let you go. He's not gonna
Yeah.
hold you. Strength
Alright.
will mention, yeah, they kind of disappear. Shamans are like that. You know, they're not real humans. They're like immortal druid folk. I don't really understand it myself, to be honest. And he says, bye, and then poofs into golden dust.
I see. Hey, you want to give me that seed,
More than just
considering it
brains and
doesn't
brawn,
seem
my
to
ass.
murder me immediately?
I am not present in this room.
Yeah, he's left already.
I'm gonna catch
Yeah,
up to
we're-
him and
we're
say the
going.
same thing.
I am also leaving.
Oh, as you're walking down the hall, you run into the bellhop. Adrian Ramirez, I believe is the name. He's like, he can see your door, and the door handle is just sitting out in the hallway. And he's like, what? I'm not even going to ask questions.
That's
I'm going
good.
to fix
I
the
don't-
door. It'll be charged to your room.
Charge it to Tesla. All right, let's keep going.
Will do.
As I catch up and pass him, I'm just gonna side comment. Even if I could explain, I don't think you'd get it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he just kind of looks at you like side eye. Yeah, you guys leave Hotel Talaria heading towards Tesla's lab.
Oh,
I'm putting minor illusion on the seed so it just doesn't appear visible.
That's wise. Alright, yeah, you arrive at Tesla's central lab. There's nothing interesting. Well, I guess I could maybe roll for this. Let's see. Does anyone accost you on the street? High or low, guys?
low.
Bye. Nope.
Hi.
Okay, that was 2 highs.
Okay, well that would mean high is good for you, and I rolled low.
Nope.
If I've been
A police
I
officer-
just rolled the opposite of Doug because Doug usually gets this wrong.
A police officer, just in full regalia, so he's got, you know, whole 1920s police officer look going on. He stops you on the street, and he's holding up a wanted poster to you, and he's like, "Have you seen these men?" I'm going to tell you this is a poster looking for who is presumably you.
Never seen him before in my life.
Because you captured that cultist.
We were told
You
this was
remember
going to go away.
chase you had? Yeah, they kind of got some descriptions of you.
I was
Alright.
told that went away, but nope, never seen them before in my life.
They're very bad interpretations of who you are. You can just, because it's you recognize who they're supposed to be.
You know, I think I might have seen him run down that alleyway there.
And
I haven't.
he like, that alleyway there, that one. In the 2 buildings.
It was either that
no, I
one or
go.
the one
No,
next
no,
to
no.
it.
The one next to it.
Oh, the one next to it.
To the right. To the right.
Just take
Uh,
4 rights, you'll find it.
And he blows his whistle. He blows his whistle, and you suddenly see a bunch of other officers running towards him. And you guys can just walk on.
Oh,
So the
okay.
church was able to cover up your actions enough to be like, yeah, a police officer will come up to you and ask you if you've seen these men who very clearly aren't you, but because you were involved, you kind of know, like, oh, hey, that's supposed to be us.
That's neat.
Yeah. So you walk into Tesla's lab. Adam Frank is at his desk, and he looks up at you and he's like, "Tesla doesn't have any news for you yet."
Well, we have news for
we
him.
would like to speak with Tesla.
He's out for lunch at the moment, I'm afraid. Is there a message I could leave, or do you just want to wait for him?
I think
Well,
this is a
wait.
bit more urgent than leaving a message.
He's like, and he like looks around at all the other, because you're there in the day, probably. I think this is the first time you've probably ever been there at day. There's a bunch of office workers. He kind of like looks and is like, "All right, come up, come up." And he takes you up to Tesla's office, and he closes the door, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know when Tesla's gonna be back. I said he was out to lunch. He's like out to lunch technically, but he's meeting with like the Archbishop."
That's fine. We'll wait.
Oh, wait, is it? What's his face?
That is not Gabriel J. Lamar. That is Gabriel as a whole. Like he's got an undefined position in the church.
Oh.
His technical title has something to do with like papal assistant or something.
Oh.
But he's not an archbishop. You know of the Archbishop of New York. You've never met him, but you also don't know his name off the top of your head. But
see.
yeah, you can just wait until his office. Adam Frank will leave you there. He's like, "Well, I don't. I mean, it's the Archbishop. You know, you never know how long people will take talking to each other. But I'll leave you here. I've got actual work to do. So go do that. Don't touch anything. Don't break anything. It's all delicate stuff."
Yes, Jonathan immediately is spinning a globe or something.
I was
Correct.
just about to say.
You can tell he's nervous to leave you alone in here, but he's also like, "I do legitimately have a job to be doing, so I've got to go do that." And he does that. So he will leave you alone and Tesla's off. Is there anything you would like to look at or investigate while you're in Tesla's office?
Nope.
I would like to investigate in general.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I got a 10.
I have to ask you, what are you specifically investigating and how? Because if you're not being stealthy about this, I'm gonna chew you out.
I'm just looking around the room.
Okay. Like if you're going through desk paperwork, you're gonna get chewed out.
I'm just looking around.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was general investigation. Whenever it's general investigation, it means you're just kind of taking in the room more specifically than perception would. With a 10, you notice he's got a lot of like interesting books on religious stuff on one of his bookshelves.
Ooh.
You'll notice actually, interestingly, he's got a book that you're actually familiar with, and the book's title is Faith versus Reality: The Church in Crisis. It's a book you've read because you're particularly interested in the subject matter, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the things. That's what you find with a 10.
Can I pull it down to read as we're waiting?
Yeah, you pull it down. What? Like, are you just perusing it?
Yeah.
Or
I love this book. This is a great book.
So you pull it down. You notice it's marked up with Tesla's writing all over the place. It's got like markings, writings. He's clearly like looked through this book and like has made notes about everything. So if you want to look like at anything there, you certainly can if you're going to look more specifically at his notes in it.
Yeah, can I take a look at his notes on the more supernatural area?
Yeah, so there's a passage in there about demons, and essentially it's one of the chapters on like demonology and exorcism, and there's a passage in there that talks about the process of exorcism, and you know, the chapter itself is more talking about like the controversy of demonology, talking about the new seminary. This book wasn't written that long ago, so it's talking about like the talk in the church of this new seminary that's supposed to be devoted to like fighting evil and stuff. So it's to do with your particular order, basically.
Yeah.
And one of the passages talks about exorcism, and Tesla's got a big like paragraph note on like the side of the page, and it says, if it were not the church that was writing this ritual, he calls it, because it's talking about how you do exorcism. If it were not the church discussing this would absolutely be magic. And he goes into a deeper explanation below about how it's very, very similar to the way mystics commune with the dead. I'm not going to go into all that right now, but you get the gist. It's very similar to like crystal ball reading sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll just continue reading through while we wait.
Yeah, so this book is completely filled with notes from him, all in the same vein of being like, "Oh my god, this is all like dumb."
Yep.
Yeah, so you wait like quite a few hours. So if there's anything else anyone would like to do while you're in Tesla's office, you can. Otherwise, we'll just skip to Tesla's.
Nope, I'll skip.
Yeah, we can skip.
I want to touch something it looks like I'm not supposed to.
Okay. Describe the thing that you touched that you definitely should not be touching. Like, what would your character be drawn to in this room of Tesla's random inventions and notes and knickknacks?
Definitely something made of metal, but not as Tesla coily. Something that doesn't look like it would shock me. It could, but something that doesn't look like it would.
Okay.
No. I know. I have an idea.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Do you know that one invention that was for like that one study that people did of a person's put in a load room with nothing to do with an electrical shock, and they touch it, shock themselves, and then almost all of them again press the button and shock themselves yet again? It's that experiment that's sitting in here.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's this little like it's this tower of like, so it's this silver tower. Unknown to you, there's copper wire that runs down it, but it's the silver tower that's supposed to look like the Eiffel Tower, right? And every time you touch the top of it, the very tip of it, it shocks you. Everything else doesn't do anything, but the tip of it shocks you.
All right, I'm only gonna touch it once, and then I'm gonna like yank my hand away.
All right. So Tesla returns. I'm gonna just change this back to the seed. Tesla returns, and Adam Frank walks him up. So Adam Frank opens the door, and Tesla's clearly expecting you. And he's got a folder, like a big, like, it's one of those folders, but it's got like the expansion things on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like a binder?
Like it's a big folder. Like it's basically a binder. But it's a big document folder binder thing. And he's very much like, in this moment, you're like, holy shit, Tesla is a scholar. And a nerd. Because he's wearing his glasses for the first time. You've never really seen him wear his glasses, but he's wearing them. And he looks up at you and is like, Adam tells me you have something to discuss. And he sits down behind his big desk. And presuming you aren't already sitting in the chairs in front of it, he gestures at them.
Yeah, I'll go over there. Yeah, we found a very creepy cursed thing that a sage of the woods told us to burn, and I don't know what it is or how to do anything. Well, not burn, how to destroy it by destroying its creator, vampire, or something. I don't know. It was long, kind of confusing, and I'm gonna uncover the minor illusion on the seed.
Do you like set it down on his desk in front of him?
Oh, I do not do that. I'm still
Okay.
floating it. I would say I would not touch that if I were you.
And he's like, And he goes into one of his drawers on his desk, and he pulls out these very thick, they almost look like leather to you, but if you want to know what they are, you'd have to make like an actual investigation check. But he puts them on, and he motions for you to give it to him. He's like, okay, it's good now. I'll be fine.
I set it down.
He picks it up and he's like looking at it. You can roll investigation or insight to see if he's affected by it in any way if you want to.
I'm gonna do that. I'm very wary of people touching it now that I've seen what happens.
Go ahead and roll insight. That's what you want to roll. I don't know why I said investigate. You know. Insight.
Oh, lovely. I got a 10.
He doesn't appear bothered by it in any way.
Yeah, it's better than appearing bothered.
So he's studying it, and he sets it down on his desk, and he looks up at you, and he's got this look in his eye that says, "This is freaking dangerous, and this is bad." And he's like, "If I didn't know better, if it hadn't been a nature spirit that had appeared to you, I would think this is a dragon egg." He's like, "I've seen only one dragon egg in all of my time investigating all of this non-mundane things. It was held in a museum. I can't tell you where. That's highly classified. But it looked like this, except it was worn and like red instead of green. It's believed to be the last dragon egg in existence, but that's neither here nor there. That looks like a dragon egg, but it is very much not a dragon egg."
I wonder if he purposefully made it look like a dragon egg to avoid prying eyes.
That is true. It does have illusionary abilities.
And he looks at you as you discuss this, and he's like, "What?"
Yeah, we crushed it in our hands once, and it made the illusion of being crushed. While everyone, well, to that one over there, and I'll point to Camillus, because everyone else was fooled by it.
And he looks down at it again, and he like adjusts his glasses, and you can see him make a little motion like up his, as if he was flipping the lens, in some way, like with one of those like the jeweler glasses, and he looks at it, and he looks back up at you, and he's like, "Yeah, you should get this out of here." And he, in that moment, seems terrified. And he tells you, if this thing has the intelligence to cast illusions on itself to protect itself, it is something on par with a dragon. And the fact that this looks like a dragon egg is very concerning. And he will tell you, he's like, it does in fact look like a dragon egg. That is not some sort of illusion it's placed on itself or has been placed on it.
So then, what should we do?
What would a vampire want with a dragon egg?
Vampire dragon.
And it seems like Tesla's connected this dot as you've said it. He's like, "Ah, a vampire created this, didn't they?" And he looks at it, and he looks at you again, and
The same one that created the GameMaster, I believe.
And he's suddenly, it's like Tesla's got this bright look in his eye, and he goes over to his bookshelf, and he grabs a book, and he starts flipping through pages. This is cover for me, also shifting through pages. Give me a moment. One or two. Someone decide. One or
I'm
two.
not deciding.
One.
No, Doug, decide.
Oh,
Okay.
I agree.
2.
One. Now it's one.
Okay.
The answer's one.
I'll stick with my original answer of 1.
I'm gonna say it's 2 because that makes more sense.
Okay, we've been overruled. Doug, you win.
Yay.
And he opens the book and he puts it down on his desk in front of the egg, and he points at a description. That description is of a shadow dragon. So shadow dragons, they have sunlight sensitivity, shadow stealth, living shadows, damage resistances, and skill proficiencies in stealth. It's resistant to necrotic damage.
Perhaps we should leave it in sunlight then?
I still want to destroy the thing.
Yeah, like put it in sunlight. See if it burns.
What would happen if a vampire ate it?
We're making the mother of all omelets. We can't cry over every crack
Just
egg.
answers one question at a time. First of all, Wilhelm, he looks at you and says, "Didn't you bring it here in plain sunlight?"
I don't know. It might be kind of cloudy outside.
Are we rolling for weather right now?
Are we?
Apparently, we're rolling for weather right now.
I'm looking outside. It's kind of cloudy right now.
It is also kind of cloudy here. Let me check.
Okay, let me
It's
go ahead and
partly cloudy.
roll. Okay, so I believe it's spring at the time. Should be.
It's also spring at the time here.
That is correct. In fairness, it is heavy raining outside at the moment.
See?
Yeah, so you walk here in heavy rain.
No. Why would you think it would be sunny out? Haven't you looked outside?
That's what actually goes to his window. It's like, Yes, well, I haven't been outside. I've been using the tunnels to. And he looks at you like he's told you something you shouldn't have. And he just goes silent.
I'm pretty sure we already
Like,
know
whoa!
about the undercity tunnels, so it should be fine.
Oh, good. Well, the church has told you then. I guess we're good. The church has many tunnels to transport itself and its members from one place to another safely. They call it the subway. I don't know if that'll catch on, but that's what I've heard it called so far.
It's a good name.
Fresh.
$5.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, he's like, well, then the sunlight theory remains untested. I don't know what you need to destroy it. Did the shaman you said there was a shaman that gave it to you? Did they say anything?
The shaman seemed to be convinced that we had to destroy
Kill a vampire?
the vampire. The only problem is I don't know where to find it.
He's like,
She said his remains are
And-
being kept sealed in stone in this city.
oh. And he goes over to his bookshelf again. He's grabbing a book, flipping through pages, looking at stuff. But as he does that, he looks up at you and he's like, and this shaman, was it like a true shaman or like just a witch?
Well, she did
without the
disappear
shaman,
into thin air.
Okay, well that's not completely impossible for a human. Was she accompanied by anything that would give it away that she was strength? Oh, the deity strength that
Yeah.
you've met before.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the real shaman. So they're probably right. That is probably how you destroy it. And he's flipping through his book.
Can I roll
Still,
an
he's like-
insight check to see how tasty the egg looks?
Yeah, you certainly can.
I got a 24.
How likely does this egg contaminated with salmonella?
That's a different question. Yes, how tasty is it? It looks pretty tasty, honestly. Like you scrambled it up. It's a pretty good sized egg, you know.
Huh.
Granted, you have felt that it feels cold, and you're not entirely sure that it would. Like with that knowledge, does it look tasty? Maybe. With the knowledge you have about it, it's probably not tasty.
I kind of want to eat it.
Just cracks it open, drinks the yolks.
I think
Okay,
I'm getting a bit thirsty.
And Tesla's like, he's flipping through his pages still, and he comes across something, and he's looking at it, it's like, oh, huh, I had not connected those dots. And he goes to sit down at his desk, and he's like suddenly like flipping open a bunch of books, a bunch of notebooks. He's looking at a bunch of pages, and it looks like he's trying to like connect all the dots into something. He's got that whole thing on videos where he's got all the like mathematical stuff going on around him.
Yep.
That seems to be what's happening.
As he's doing that, I get up from my chair and I just start walking around.
Okay.
Continue.
I'll go back
around,
to
or-
reading his
Yeah, I'm
book.
just walking. I'm pacing, kind of.
I'll go back to reading his book.
Okay. Willem, what are you doing, I guess?
continue to interact in conversation with him.
Yeah.
I mean, Tesla's like deep into doing this. Whatever he's trying to figure out, he's trying to figure out fast. So he's not.
If it takes him more than like, if it takes him more than 30 seconds, I shocked myself again.
Oh, it's gonna take him like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I definitely halfway through that. I shocked myself again.
Can
I'd
I
rather be in pain than
and-
bored.
As you shock yourself on the thing again, Adam. After you shock yourself, Adam Frank suddenly is like right behind you, being like, "I thought I told you not to touch anything."
can I put the book back and look for a book on vampire cannibalism?
Yeah. There's a book on vampire. Well, there's like a whole section on vampires. To be fair.
Okay.
There's nothing like titled that seems to lead towards vampire cannibalism. You'd have to check each individual book for like chapter titles or maybe like an index.
Well, I mean, there might be something because vampires turn vampire spawn into vampires by feeding them their own blood. That could be like a
that's
decent
true.
topic.
I suppose that would be like under like vampire spawn to vampire kind of thing, not like vampire cannibalism. He asked for vampire cannibalism.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm thinking of vampire cannibalism. I kind of want to eat that egg.
Crack the egg. Crack the egg. Crack the egg.
Oh god.
All right, so Tesla like works for 5 minutes and then he's like, "Oh my," and he like straight up smacks his forehead like, "I've been a complete fool." And he's gonna tell you a quick little story, and he's like, a long time ago, back before Manhattan was truly Manhattan, before this whole city was here, before anything mattered, before anything that mattered was here. There was a great forest here, and there was also a family that was very much in charge of all the development that would soon happen. And as the city began to come up, a certain faction of individuals, a certain group of individuals, decided that this family was dangerous. According to the history records that we have, they murdered the lord of that family, like the patriarch of that family, and his wife, and they entombed them in a mausoleum. That mausoleum, if you consult your maps, he will pull out a map. It's also on the map that is in our map channel. I believe the big map of Manhattan. That mausoleum is marked on the map, and he'll point to it. It has a little signal. You might need to open it in a browser so you can actually see the map. Hold on, stream. I will try and show you the map.
Which one?
Which icon is it? That's all I need to know.
The icon is it's the, hold on, where is it? It's the, on the right hand column, it's the 5th one down. The black one between the two red icons. I don't have a super easy way to put this on.
So it's kind of towards the southern part of the island?
Yeah, it's like southwest.
I'm trying to show you this. Hold on. Please stand by.
Please stand by. I need to run to the bathroom.
Tesla's
Please stand by.
Oh, that's a decent ways away from Tesla's.
Yes, it is. Probably I didn't notice it before now. Okay, so stream, if you're watching, it is this particular little item down here. I think this should be in Discord too now. You should be able to see this. Oh, fuck. Down here. So Tesla's is up here. Where's Tesla's? Wait, which one is Tesla's?
It's the star.
All right. Yeah, so here's Tesla's Central Lab. It's all the way down here. And Tesla goes on to say, the patriarch of the family and his wife were entombed there, and we believed until now we did not believe there was anything supernatural about them. But I'm afraid if anything was to have been a vampire king, it would have been this patriarch, and he would have been entombed in this mausoleum.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Yep. So it's like this is probably what the shaman was talking about.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten a dragon egg, perchance?
Tesla's like, no, there's only presumably one left in existence.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were the cause of that or not.
No,
Do you know if they're tasty?
I wouldn't know, honestly. Again, there's only one that we know of in existence, period, that anyone has ever seen in recorded history.
I figured you might have read a book on it or something, but
I mean, honestly, if someone would know, it'd probably be the Pope. I mean, let's be honest. If there's more dragon eggs, or if there were more dragon eggs, the Pope would probably have them.
it's probably
Sounds
true.
like a church thing. Maybe you should look into that on your own.
May I just say, it is incredibly weird to come back to the Pope might have the rest of the dragon eggs.
I should be clear. Tesla's kind of joking about it, but he's also kind of like, look, if we're gonna look at all the people that probably have dragon eggs, the Pope is number one on the list.
It's fair. It's fair. Although I doubt the Pope would let me eat his dragon eggs to test.
To be fair, I don't know if the current Pope would know there are dragon eggs somewhere in the papal state, if there were dragon eggs in the papal state. They would be in the archives of some old Pope who died some long time ago, probably.
Mm.
So, what you do?
I kind of want to
giving you
try
this
and
information.
whisper to the egg in what would it be? Maybe primordial or abyssal or infernal, something like that.
Yeah, you can try.
All right, I'm gonna try and ask it like, what are you? See if it responds, since it does have some semblance of intelligence. It seems.
In what language are you asking?
I'm gonna try primordial first, but I'm gonna go through all three if it doesn't work.
Primordial doesn't work. I don't think any of your languages work. It doesn't respond.
None of my 6.
What if I tried German?
Which ones do you have?
I have abyssal, common, elvish, infernal, primordial, and sylvan.
No, none of those work.
Damn.
What about German?
You can try.
I should have taken more languages.
But no, it doesn't know German. It doesn't appear to respond to any of these languages.
I wonder if Solomon's box would know.
Yeah, we can always ask
Probably.
Sloan.
Are you gonna say that out loud?
Yeah.
Justice, look, we could certainly consult it. And he kind of goes behind his desk and kind of is attempting to hide what he's doing from all of you. And he rolls a nat 20 on stealth, so none of you can tell what he's doing. But he pulls Solomon's box kind of just out of nowhere. And he's like, who wishes to consult him? And he's looking
I'll
at all
do
of
it.
you like, all right, go ahead. Wisdom
I-
check. Is it a wisdom save or a wisdom check? I don't remember anymore.
What do you want me to do?
Just do a wisdom check. I think that's fine.
I get a 12.
Nothing happens when you touch the box.
Sad. Doesn't want to talk today. What if I say, what if I'll make some tea? I'll go get some tea and come back. Huh?
Roll persuasion.
It's 15 plus 5. Dirty 20.
The text on the box changes to brain tea and we will talk.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll go get some tea from my room. Come back.
Does anyone else want to try while he's gone?
Yeah.
I think we're all gonna try. Any
Yeah.
excuse we get.
Any excuse to talk to Solomon's pretty good, to be fair. That's a good meme.
Is it? Know exactly what that is. All right, what are we rolling?
Wisdom check to enter Solomon's box.
God damn it! God fucking damn it! 12. Why?
Nope.
Why do I always roll so low?
I'll try.
Jonathan, roll with advantage. Because you failed like a bunch of times before this, I believe.
So I failed more than him.
You have gotten to talk to Solomon, though, right?
17.
No, I haven't.
Wait, I thought Jonathan was the one who hasn't talked to Solomon.
Neither of us have.
Neither of us have.
It's only.
Well,
been
then
me
both
that's
of you
going
roll with
to.
advantage.
Okay, all right.
17.
Okay, Camillus, go ahead and roll your advantage.
Wait, was it a wisdom saving throw or a wisdom check?
Wisdom check.
Okay, what's my 16 plus 5 instead of 7?
So what's that in total?
21.
All right, Camillus, you get to talk to Solomon first.
Woo! Oh shit! What am I gonna ask?
All right. Solomon's sitting there at a table in this white boxed room. What do you want to ask?
Oh jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know what Solomon sneezed. It's just get.
Oh, a little under the weather today, all right? That's why I didn't want to talk.
Oh, okay.
But here you are. What do you want to ask? He's not happy.
Okay. What would happen if I ate that egg?
You'd have to open it first.
Oh.
But, I mean, if you did, just be like eggs. I mean, it's really rich eggs, but it may also contain diseases and death because it, not a nice egg.
I see.
Salmonella's like a given, basically.
That is fair. I think it might be worth it.
Solomon looks at you like you're dumb as fuck, and he's very close to just throwing you out of the box. Do you have any other questions you'd like to ask before he throws you out?
Tell me about my father.
Camillus. If you truly wish to know about your father, well, you must be prepared for all that may entail.
Oh, okay, I think I'm prepared.
Are you sure?
I mean, I don't know if I could be sure without knowing what was coming, but I think I'm sure.
Sorry, I'm trying to look at my notes right now. I'm just,
Okay.
I'm stalling a little bit. I don't see the notes that are supposed to be in here, but okay, apparently it's not where I thought it was. Anyways, oh, it's in the, okay, hold on. I was on the wrong page. Hold on.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds and then I will have the actual information that you seek. Where is it? Down here. No. This one. Okay. Your father was an extremely intelligent man, a man of true science, a man of science. He was smart, and he married a wonderful woman who was incredibly skilled in the healing art of magic. The people of their village were afraid. They labeled your mother witch, and burned her at the stake. Your father hid this from you as best you could. You were very young. But eventually, when the church realized that the witch's husband seemed to not age, Camillus, I'm sorry. The church, they unleashed the zombies that killed your father.
What?
The church
The
is
church?
of incredibly flawed organization. It's misled. Its values, well, they're just not what they claim them to be.
But they said
Your
meeting her
father
to
was-
help people.
Yes, that they do that. They believe your father to be an enemy, and they some of the values are maintained. They don't believe in killing children for the sins of a father. Luckily, but they do believe in turning the sins of a father into the throes of their soldiers. They brought you in to save you, to make you into a man that would fight for them. But your father was a man of science, a threat to the church. That's why they truly had him destroyed. And his wife. They knew the truth, that these were not evil people, but they were a threat to the power of the church. So they had you. They brought you. They brought you on to save you from a fate of evil. But your father had been a man of science, and he had taught you many things. And you were, and are, well aware that perhaps God is not everything.
Huh.
That's the truth of your father. He was just a man of science. A man of science that knew too much, and perhaps was a vampire. It's unclear even to me, honestly, if he was or not.
Pretty sure he was.
Well, yes, I suppose now that's clear. But until that whole thing happened, it wasn't exactly clear. Yes, but he was a good man, even if he was a vampire. He wanted what was best for the world, and the world didn't accept that.
Huh.
Is there anything else you would like to ask Solomon? He's kind of looking at you like, well, that brought down the mood, didn't it?
It sure did. I'm gonna ask him, what is the egg?
The egg is, well, it's an egg. It's an egg it's a shadow dragon egg, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
Oh, he was okay. I didn't realize he was correct.
Who was correct?
Tesla.
Oh, yeah, Tesla tends to be correct. He's a man of science like your father.
I see. Just a normal shadow dragon egg? There's nothing special about it?
Presumably, but dragons are rare as fuck nowadays. Tesla wasn't lying. He saw the only dragon egg that anyone really knows that exists.
Oh.
That certainly has been viewed by any person in the last 1,000 years. A shadow dragon egg is perhaps even more rare. Seeing them in this plane was rare even when there were dragons flying across the skies. Shadow dragons they're not of our material plane. They're not here. They shouldn't be here.
Oh.
So it's incredibly rare.
Oh. I wonder if that's why the shaman wanted to destroy it.
Probably. A shaman would be very opposed to something of this nature lying on our plane. It's a danger to all of reality if one is not careful.
Huh.
At that point, I assume you're done with questions.
I think it's only 3 questions, right?
Yep.
Okay. Then yes, I'm done with questions.
Before you leave, Solomon is like, and Camillus, be careful. The church, it's not above using all means to eradicate its enemies, without, or within.
Oh. Well, thank you for the warning.
And you stumble out of Solomon's box.
I see.
It's not even like a land, it's...
Back.
Oh, I'll explain it later.
Yeah, we can talk about
But I'm kind of excited for it.
Jonathan, you're up next.
Yep. Okay.
You got 3 questions?
I think so.
All right.
Shell shocked. So how's it going?
goes.
Nice.
I'm working on a map for my D&D campaign right now. Me and Doug were talking about D&D campaign ideas.
Oh. What's the idea?
Doug's one is he's doing one. I'm fairly certain it's much more supposed to be like a he was talking about like a place where, how did he explain it? All right, maybe I just don't explain Doug's one because I don't want to do it in a way that would screw up how he would say it. He was talking a lot about how like he was trying to figure out how to balance his God's mechanic in that. My one I'm talking about is I want mine to be a very gold centric campaign for trying. That's like your main like thing of like, hey, I need to get enough money to not die. That's what. So you're doing like the lower level adventures in the beginning, but it's essentially humanity got pushed back out of all the old fertile lands of the kingdoms they used to have, and are now hiding behind a mountain range, and they're trying to slowly like. You're essentially just trying to slowly push back a little bit into the areas over there, doing adventures in the ruins of the old human kingdoms and the new monster kingdoms that are in the area.
That does sound interesting. How's the map going?
It's going all right. I've been just kind of messing around with a few of the different features of it. That's what I got so far.
Oh, I see. It's a better map than I expected.
Yeah, I've been enjoying this map making software. I need to re-add the mountain range I had here, but I've been trying to figure out what to do with this left side because I've got the human kingdom down there, the old lands up there, some stuff. I got jungles and things like that. Just trying to figure out what to do with up here.
It does look very deserty.
Yeah, I think I might change that. I'm not sure. It might keep that. Don't know. What I've been thinking, I was debating because I'd watched a little bit of that Vox Machina show where they had the dragons and all that. So I thought, ooh, that might be cool. This will be like the range of like dragons or wherever they just kind of like fly through here, so no one really settles it because if they go in this area, dragons eat them.
Interesting.
That'd be my excuse to keep this away from anything else. But that might be a little I don't know. I need to figure out something to do with up there.
That might be a little bit boring map-wise to just have a huge swath of land that's uninhabitable.
Well, to be fair, I expect most of people to be because like the human kingdom's there, and this is supposed to be like the size of a continent here. So, you'd have to go through a vast amount of hostile terrain to get up there. So that would be like late game area.
I see.
Because I expect most of the low levels to be like in this area. The medium of the campaigns like up there, and I don't even know what I'd have to go with that because I still got to. I'm making the map before I do most of the other things with it. Like I've got the general idea, but I want to have different story branching ideas, whether or not like how people react to the different kingdoms that are forming in here.
Yeah.
All right.
And Wilhelm, have you returned? I'm assuming you've returned to Tesla's office at this point.
Sure, why not?
Would you like to have tea with Solomon now?
Sure, that sounds lovely.
Which gives me a great opportunity to talk to you. As we'll be alone.
I see.
Ish. We'll walk away from Tesla's desk a little bit.
Okay.
As I just be like, I feel like we should have a little bit of a talk.
God, not again. Everyone that goes into this damn box comes out and wants to talk.
You're out of character. It's not for what you might think.
Okay.
So the box was a little enlightening to me. I found out questions I was not originally going in for answers for.
Oh.
It appears our paths may be linked.
Oh.
And now at first after hearing this news, I wondered why you would never have told me, but I realized I would have never told you either. But it appears our paths are very, very similar. You see, my entire family was also slain by zombies.
Oh.
And apparently by the boxes say that was by no accident.
Was it the church?
We have no he gave me no answers to that.
I see.
He just said that they were linked and they were the same.
Oh, yeah, I asked a similar question, and the one that sent the zombies was apparently the church.
Why would he tell me that he couldn't tell me?
I'm
He
not.
told me he couldn't reveal that.
Did you use your 3 questions, and maybe that was why?
No, I only used 2.
Oh, I'm really not sure.
Wonder if there's more behind it.
Maybe. He told me that the church has strayed from the righteous path. Which would be somewhat in line from what I've seen.
Well, if there's a conspiracy behind our family's murder, I think I would like to figure it out.
Yeah, I think I would too. What do you say we, after all is said and done, do a little bit of an investigation?
I think that would be at least pleasing to the mind.
Yeah, it would bring me some solace to know that maybe, just maybe, there was a reason that it had to happen. Who knows?
Out of character, though. Why would you be told the church and I would be told that it couldn't be revealed?
A good question.
I'm thinking that the church has something to do with it, but it's beyond. There's something deeper.
Maybe. Well, We'll remember our agreement.
Yep.
Oh, there was an agreement.
Yes.
Yeah, as you are the god, just know,
I will watch
we
Justin's.
we, we just we just we just talked about what we talked about in the
I see. I am aware.
Well, you guys fucking talked when I just had tea and enjoyed a nice conversation. I learned that he thinks jasmine tea is good on any occasion, and I think I'll have to bring jasmine tea next.
To be fair, look, the first thing I asked when I went in there was, "What do you want? Like, is there things you like?" Just as a person, it's just like, well, right now I kind of want tea, and your friend promised tea, and he's not here.
I just had tea time with Solomon. It was lovely.
Oh, all right. Did you ask him anything?
I asked him what his favorite kind of tea was.
Gotcha.
And he, in his infinite wisdom, said jasmine.
Yeah,
I see.
you like jasmine tea.
Yeah,
Alright,
man,
well,
you know.
did we get a direction out of this?
I didn't ask for a direction. He kind of sounded like he was tired from asking about your all big picture questions, so I just wanted to enjoy tea time with him.
I don't know. At this point, it's up to you guys.
Someone asked
Yeah.
about the seed, though, right? That was what you guys were going for.
I did ask about the seed, yes.
Okay, good. So,
Okay.
did we get a direction out of this?
I
Well-
believe we already had the direction of the mausoleum.
Yep. I think it's
Right.
about time we head over that direction.
Sure.
I did, however, learn that it is indeed a shadow dragon egg, and Tesla was correct.
Sounds
Fun.
Because it's like, I told you so. I mean,
I know my eggs, man.
And he also said it was a threat
This
to
shit's
all
not
of
spreading.
reality.
Tesla looks at you and is like, oh, well, that's interesting news. Did you happen to ask how so?
Well, that was my last question, was what is the egg?
Ah, I see. Did anyone else ask anything informative about the egg?
I did ask how it would taste. That was my first question.
Tesla looks at you like you're a complete buffoon. He's like, really? You asked how it tastes?
Look, I'm hungry, alright? It looked tasty. Have you really looked at that thing? It looks pretty good. That's a good looking egg.
Well, I think we should be on our way then.
All right. Yeah, so you guys can leave Tesla's, head to the mausoleum. If that's what you wish to do.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. This sounds like a perfect time to take a quick intermission because I need to take my dog out.
I need to pee, but I have a cat on my lap, and I don't really want to move.
So
Similar.
we will be right back.
So my cat is a dog.
Woo! We'll take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll come back.
Sorry, baby, it's time.
Ooh, this is a sour drink.
I'm really excited for that now, actually. Fuck.
What?
I've got a campaign that I'm writing, and I'm getting more and more excited.
Oh yeah, Will told me the tiniest little bit. He said you were working on the gods.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that campaign, but the one that I'm probably gonna finish before that, is a different one, and I'm more excited for that one right now. Just because it's a little further along than the other one, and I think I could actually finish it in a timely manner.
I see. See, what I really want is a Star Wars campaign set in the Old Republic or the New Republic. Because the New Republic is like basically the Wild West of space. that it like isn't important. It's mainly side quests, but like it can have its own story. I just don't want like anything like super important.
Mm-hmm.
Which feels weird. But that's what I want. I have weird tastes.
Like, with this campaign, the world building's like almost done, but and I know how I want to start it, and I know how I want to end it, but I don't know what's gonna go in between.
I'm back.
The in between is important.
Yeah, it's arguably one of the most important parts.
I would say it's top 3. I would say the middle part is probably top 3 most important parts out of beginning, middle, and end. Wouldn't you agree, Will?
No, I think that's 4th.
I see. Interesting take. I think you would you would be interested in our talk with Solomon.
I mean, mildly.
It it was apparently more intertwined than we expected. That's all I'll say on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I know that I can...
Also, I just gotta love how our conversation was perfectly timed. By the time we were done with our conversation, you guys got back, pretty much.
True. It's almost like we knew. It's almost like it was planned.
Scripted D&D.
I can't wait to have more tea time with Solomon. That's my favorite part of the campaign.
Your time with Solomon is your favorite part of the campaign?
Yep, we get to talk about tea with an extra being that knows all, and I choose to sit there and make friends with it and drink tea.
I tried making friends with it. It just got angry that your tea wasn't there. I was just like, hey, what do you like as a person? Well, I like tea and it's not here.
When you make friends with all-knowing beings, bring tea.
Fair. I prefer something stronger, but currently it's harder to get.
I feel that immaterial beings probably enjoy material items more.
Is booze not a material item?
No, it is. I'm just saying that probably bringing gifts is a good idea.
Hmm. have asked him how he got in the box.
What's in the box? Is it alive or is it dead?
That is a good question. Next time you have tea time with Solomon.
Is the Solomon alive or dead?
You
won't know unless you open.
Wait, if it's Solomon's box, does that mean that Solomon put himself in, or there was another Solomon?
Solomon put Solomon in Solomon's box?
Well, yeah, that's a given, but which Solomon is which Solomon? Yeah. And how many of them are the same?
I don't know, there's at least 5 Solomons.
I think I would pay 5 Solomons to go back in the box.
Did you say you would pay 5 Solomons?
Yeah.
Like they're a unit of currency?
They are.
Gotcha.
Didn't you see how valuable Solomon's box was? Imagine if we gave them Solomon.
I'd like to comment in one of the YouTube videos that popped up in my recommendations list. The Statue of Liberty versus Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Sorry, what the fuck was that question?
I would
like to comment about one of the YouTube videos that popped up in my recommendeds. The Statue of Liberty versus the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
The Statue of Liberty versus the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Why did you get recommended that? What have you been watching?
I don't know.
My YouTube recommendation is all sorts of fun. Let me see here.
I don't really want to
go to my homepage real quick.
There could be something that pops up that just completely exposes me as a person.
What? What?
What?
Dog of Wisdom 2 just fucking dropped.
What is that?
Dog of Wisdom.
Is that meme?
Oh, yeah, what? I've seen that. Dog of Wisdom 2 dropped a day ago.
What?
Apparently. I don't know if this is the original poster, but there is a Dog of Wisdom 2, and it popped up in my thing. I'm gonna send it in the general chat.
Oh, yeah, it definitely would have exposed me so fast if I opened this on stream.
What the fuck? This is amazing. Fucking what?
If I had opened this on stream, they would know what VTubers I watched.
Dog of Wisdom 2 is a fucking trip.
Dog of Wisdom 2, here it is.
It is such a fucking trip. What?
Okay. We'll just, pull this up here.
What the fuck? Alright, this is going into the B-dubs chat too.
Dog of wisdom, no. You've hit. Oh. Ah, no, dog of wisdom! Oh, he's back. He's.
Happy happens. Happy had to happen. Ha. It has to. Have a fondest of wonderkiss. But. Ha. Had banda. Hop hop. Ha wawa. Monica. Monica ha. Ha Monica.
Are you watching it now?
I've been watching it. That was something else.
I know, right? I don't think there could have been a more powerful sequel. That really said leaps and bounds about today's society.
You know, I never actually saw the actual original. Like I've
Really?
seen I saw all the memes of it, but I never saw the original wisdom.
Oh my gosh.
I read somewhere that mathematicians can turn.
To
a
be
sphere
fair,
inside out.
like this
Yes, that's
fucking
true.
sequel is
deal?
better than
Just
the
poke a
original.
hole.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, the sequel is pretty good.
Hang on, what the fuck is this? Let me share this with you while we wait.
Ah, yes.
Do you see this?
Are you turning a sphere inside out and you can't?
On it and
I don't
pull
know.
it through.
Can you hear it?
Sure, but the point is to do it without making a hole.
But then it seems impossible.
I know
Right.
exactly what video
You
this
cannot
is.
do it with an ordinary sphere, like a basketball. You have to understand the rules of the game. This sphere is made of
I
an
don't believe I
abstract
can watch that
elastic
on-
material that can stretch
Great.
and
Anyways,
bend
are we ready to go?
and pass through
Oh
itself.
yeah, sorry, we were watching Outside In, which is a '90s educational video.
It is not. If you continue watching, you'll see. It is absolutely hilarious.
But you
It's
cannot
fine.
rip or
Can we
puncture
move on?
this material without destroying
let's
it.
move
back.
on.
Everyone's back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. I'll just. I'll do
Wilhelm
that.
back. Oh,
Everyone's been here.
cool. I'm not streaming anymore. Excuse me. Okay. So, you guys, I believe are on your way now to the mausoleum, correct?
Yep.
Is there anything else you guys want to talk about and or do before you just go to the mausoleum?
Yeah, mausoleum.
Mausoleum sounds
Okay.
good.
High or low?
Yeah, let's go.
High or low?
Oh,
Low.
hi.
I need a singular answer from the group.
I also said hi before anyone else said anything.
It was
Okay,
two highs
then-
versus one low.
High is good. Which is good because you rolled high.
It's whatever the
Um,
opposite Doug is.
That means nothing happens on the first random encounter. What about the second one? Wow. Good for you. We won high. You got a nat 20. So the second random encounter. I assume, how are you guys traveling to the mausoleum? You
Taking a
just
taxi.
walking, you get
While
a
we're here,
taxi.
why don't we have Tesla get us transportation? If he
I
doesn't
assume
want-
he would get his automated taxi thing.
Adam Frank can man an automaton get you across the city. That's fine. He does that, and because you got a 20 on your score, a nat 20, and you went high, that means you got something good. So, what
Oh.
happened?
Bleep blooped.
So, when you arrive at your destination, you're kind of outside like this. It's this big graveyard with all these big, it's like filled with mausoleums and such. And there is in front of the gate a small chest that is labeled to the three of you. And it says from CW. So it says it's to Camillus Consus, Jonathan Adams, and Wilhelm von Ludberg from CW.
CW?
Do we know a CW?
You do, Wilhelm.
Is
You
anybody?
don't remember.
I don't remember.
Well, Wilhelm, you know a man named Cornelius Withers that you've interacted with.
Oh right, yeah. Okay. I open this.
Inside is 43 gold pieces.
I just look at him and I'm like, aren't you gonna like investigate it at all? Just open it?
Yeah, I just open it.
What the
43
hell
gold
is
pieces.
CW?
Some creepy guy I met at a bar once.
I don't know if I trust that.
Looks around. There's a prohibition going.
I am
in the
curious
bar?
as to why they're sending me money.
Yeah,
You can investigate the coins if you want.
Sure, why not?
Go ahead and roll investigation.
That's a 17.
Your fish are bubbling, Doug.
So, these...
What does that mean?
I heard someone flush the toilet.
No, that was someone starting a car outside.
Are you sure about that?
Anyway, as you investigate the coins, you can tell that these would pass for currency, but if you look closely at them, there's around the ring where you'd see that motto written, there is a skull and crossbones.
Ow. That's nice. I'm going to look to see if there... Is that the only difference between a normal coin?
Yes.
Can I do a religion check?
Do an Arcana check.
Would you know to do a religion check? Because you're not the one investigating them, so you don't notice anything different.
Okay, yeah, fair.
23 for Arcana.
23 for Arcana. You can tell there's some sort of something about them. There's a different aura to them. They seem as if they're coinage from another time or place.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make a stop before going. See you guys later.
What? We're already here.
Wait, we're already here?
Yeah, that was literally sitting outside the gate before the graveyard of mausoleums.
Wow, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, and you just opened the box.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna put them in my bag in the separate container so I don't mix up the coins.
Okay. Well, seeing as how he didn't die, I'm going to check my box.
Oh no, there's just one box.
Oh, what? You stole all of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just one box labeled all three of you. Yep.
Do you want to touch it?
I want to look at it. Hold it for me.
I take out a coin and hold it in front of his face. As he looks intently, I boop him in the face with the coin.
You can roll investigation with disadvantage, Camillus, because he boops you with it.
I hate you. Alright, with disadvantage. I got 14.
14 is enough to notice the skull and bones.
Okay, I'm gonna do a religion check then. God damn! 25!
20? Oh, okay. Well, these coins are very specifically used to cross a very specific river that you give to a very specific ferryman.
Ah.
I see.
Who
Just
the
in
fuck
case we didn't
gave
get
these
across
to
the
you?
I told you, it's a creepy guy I met at a bar.
He's got to be very, very creepy.
These are also, with the 25 in religion, they're called the coins of death. They are used often to pay fees to commune with the dead.
Plus 40.
How often do you commune with the dead that you need 43 of these?
It comes up more often than you'd think,
It is addressed to all three of you, to be fair. So
we are going into a mausoleum.
You are going into a mausoleum.
That is true. Those might be useful.
Coins of the dead.
I like how you think, Jonathan.
It's almost like Doug and I are kind of on the same wavelength.
No.
A little bit.
All right,
it's almost like this whole thing is scripted.
Almost. Yeah, I mean, you can open the gate. It's not like locked or anything. It's just, a ceremonial.
Thank God. If it was locked, we might have to go home.
It would only be
locked. I have
the
thieves'
question
tools.
is, after we get through the gate, is it locked?
I have thieves' tools.
Okay, the gate's not locked. You can walk through.
I will be checking to see if the door locks behind us, if the gate locks.
I mean, the gate swings shut behind you, but it doesn't seem to lock in any way.
I prop it open.
Okay.
There does not seem to be any locking mechanism on the gate. You would have to, someone would have to put a chain.
Do I find
I prop it open. I don't want strength popping up behind my ass with this.
I was just about to say, do I see like a large enough like rock on the ground?
There's like a large enough rock. There's a large enough rock to prop it open if you wanted to. There seems to be
a crack.
Exactly. There seems to have been a rock left there specifically for that purpose.
That's good.
Exactly.
We do that.
Specifically to keep strength from appearing.
Well, it seems like maybe people don't want to walk into a place of the dead and leave the door closed behind them. That seems foolish.
Yeah.
People are superstitious, So yeah, you walk into the mausoleum. Or not in the mausoleum, just into the graveyard that houses all these mausoleums. Bunch of different mausoleums. There's like a bunch of them, so you will have to like investigate or do something to find the specific one you're looking for.
Yeah. Do any of them look like important? Any bigger ones?
Roll investigation or perception, whichever you prefer.
That's going to be where's perception?
What does proficiency do again?
That's +2.
All right, I'm just gonna go. That's gonna be an 18 investigation then.
I rolled 15.
Well, an 18 will tell you there is a very clearly different mausoleum that is like it's a slightly larger than the rest of the mausoleums, and it's got gargoyles on all four corners of the roof, and it seems imposing. And there's definitely like a black stone theme going on.
Is there a light source in here?
I mean, it's open. It's an open air mausoleum.
Okay.
You have to enter the mausoleum. There's probably not light in there, but you're not in there yet.
All right, we walk inside. Okay. I walk inside.
I'm gonna.
None of the other ones look important at all, or is that the only important looking?
A lot of them look important. I mean, these are rich people graves essentially, so there's a lot of them that look very important. But if you were to guess which one's specifically important to you,
I'm going to sigh. I'm going to take up my crowbar from my engineering pack, crack my knuckles, and go to the first one on the left.
Just the first one on the left?
Yep.
I'm going to cast light as a cantrip for their benefit.
Okay, I don't think it's night, and you are just in a graveyard. I don't think you've entered a mausoleum yet. There's doors on each of the mausoleums.
You never know. There might be some dark corners.
Okay. So
we're inside somewhere because we had to prop the door open.
Gate. It was a gate.
We propped the gate open. Why did we prop the gate open?
So strength wouldn't peer.
I suppose if lids are doors, then technically gates would have to be doors.
Gates would 100% be doors.
Yeah.
To me, a gate is a gate.
Okay, well, anyways, you came through a gate, not a door, so you're not inside yet.
It's a
Oh. There's a door to get inside?
There are doors to get inside each of the mausoleums. This is a graveyard full of mausoleums.
I
go to
head towards the
first on the
giant
left.
one.
Yeah, head towards the big one.
First one on the left.
Okay,
Man
first
is a
one on the
grave
left.
robber.
All of these mausoleums have stone doors that don't appear to have any way to open them.
Oh no.
Yay.
If you roll a religion check, you may have some insight into what you need to do to open them.
All right, all right.
While you're doing that, I'm prying a crowbar in.
I got 14.
So with 14, you know that mausoleums are like, these ones specifically in this specific graveyard are made to like stay sealed. So to open them, you have to have like the specific knowledge of how to open them. And you don't have that.
Okay.
So yeah, Wilhelm, go ahead and try the first one on the left with the crowbar.
Nat 20.
Yeah, you open that door. It just crumbles basically in front of your crowbar.
Sweet.
You're into the first mausoleum.
All right.
What?
Nothing
He
to
opens
worry
the
about. Let's
first
go.
mausoleum on the left. It's probably the smallest mausoleum in the whole place, but he did it.
And I go inside. What is in there?
There's a stone coffin. And there's a shelf of like things that would have been left to like offer to the dead. Yeah.
All right. Let's
Stuff offered to the dead like fits the category of alcohol, foodstuffs that's definitely rotted by now, or clothes.
Is there any writing on any of these tombs?
In the one you opened, it's a very small mausoleum. So there's only one tomb. And the writing on it says a name that you can't read because it seems to be in a language you don't understand.
I'm gonna quickly clasp my hands and say, "Sorry, we have to check if you're a vampire," and I'm gonna crack it open.
Okay. Strength check.
Nat 20 again.
This is not a well-made mausoleum or tube. This is very cheap. Someone was like, "I need to be in this place, but I
you
need
could
to
have rolled a
keep-"
12.
I know.
Uh,
Why am I doing that?
The stone crumbles underneath you, and you see a rotting skeleton inside.
Does it move?
No.
Okay. I slowly close it again.
You see,
guys.
covering his eyes are 2 coins of the dead.
Oh.
A moral quandary, so to speak. Will I get haunted if I take this? There's a
Yes.
decent possibility. But then again, I like shiny objects. Oh, decisions. Probably just close it.
I mean, we could offer him
I
another
don't think you
one
can
and
close it.
ask
I
him
think
some
you
questions,
broke the
maybe.
lid.
I set the lid back on top of it.
Yeah. The lid is, like, you broke it in half so that you could set the 2 pieces back on top of it.
I will do that.
Yep.
We
Okay.
could
And
give
I
him
will-
a coin and try and speak with him, maybe.
Wilhelm, go ahead and roll insight on that.
I know that's probably the correct choice, but that's not as fun. I rolled a 7 plus whatever.
Insight.
Insight. 8.
8. Even with an 8, you're like, it seems weird that a priest is advocating to talk to the dead.
Uh-oh.
Well, to be fair, it's a vampire, so
That's true. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
it's kind
All
of
you
weird.
gather is that seems weird. But you know, given the situation, it might not be that weird.
No,
Wait, well, let's,
not weird. Not weird. Not weird at all.
Well, you know what? We've scratched one off the list, so let's just keep going. Second one on the left.
Second one on the left, also not the big one.
Yep.
The big one is like the last one. Like there is a path.
I'm
that leads
still
down
walking
the
up
graveyard.
to the big one while this is all happening.
There's a whole row on the left, a whole row on the right, and the big one is sitting at the end of the path.
All right. Second one on the left.
All right, second one on the left.
Okay.
Well, you can
I'm
let Doug
gonna
go in the big one.
let them go forward into the mausoleum, and I'm gonna stay behind.
Okay, so Doug, you're heading towards the big one.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll insight.
All right. $13.
As you get closer, you're pretty sure this is the one. I mean, this looks like the oldest, it's the biggest, it's the most imposing. Clearly, this is something important. Camillus, what do you do?
So we're at the big one.
No, Jonathan is the only one who's proclaimed he's walking towards the big one.
Okay.
I
So
thought you were gonna stay back and do something else.
I was thinking he was gonna go into the smaller one with Wilhelm.
Nope, Wilhelm is on his own.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna walk with Jonathan then.
So you guys walk up to the big one. The big one, it's like everyone else. It has a door that doesn't seem to be openable.
I'm gonna kind of lean over to Camillus and be like, "You think those things are gonna move up there?" As I point to the gargoyles. AKA, I don't roll well in these areas. My intelligence is low.
I'm gonna do.
High intelligence.
I'm gonna do a. What would that be? Investigation or perception, or insight, or arcana, religion? What is it?
I was thinking it might have been an arcana. To see if those things are gonna get up and start moving.
Maybe. However, this might be the tomb of the big vampire man, so they might just be arcane anyways. Or have some semblance of magic on them.
I mean, you can do any check you want.
I am going to do... let's do insight. 17.
I'm smart enough to know if there is a possible problem where it may be, but I'm not smart enough to identify it.
I got a 17.
17 for insight?
Yep.
For what?
To see if those things have the capability to come alive.
You would not be able to tell that with insight.
Fuck. These things work. What is insight?
Like, if the gargoyles are like gargoyles that come alive, the only thing insight would tell you is that is a gargoyle. There's some possibility it could come to life.
But it says it checks decides whether you can determine the true intentions of a creature. Such as searching out a lie or
right now
predicting
it's
someone's
just
next
a
move.
stone statue. We don't even know if
Yeah.
it's a creature yet.
Okay.
Right.
Fuck.
I think Arcana's the best one for this.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, fine. I'll do Arcana. 25.
Yeah, these definitely have the capability of coming to life.
Oh.
Cool.
As you read their arcanic aura, you can tell they've got some capacity to come alive. As far as what that capacity is, it's unclear. But yeah, it seems like these could come alive.
Lovely. Hey,
How's William's tomb rating going?
That's a good question.
Wilhelm, you make a strength check to open that second tomb.
2.
Oops. No, you can't open that door.
All right. I've learned my lesson. Third one on the left.
Strength check.
if he comes here, just keep him from trying to open the store, please.
11.
That will open the third door.
Ooh, what's inside this one?
Another tomb, slightly bigger. There's actually 2 tombs in this one. Another shelf of offerings to the dead.
All right, let's see if this one's a vampire.
Go ahead and make a strength check to open the first tomb.
12.
12 is enough. The first tomb has a rotting skeleton.
Does it move?
This rotting skeleton, though, does seem to have a stake through its chest.
Interesting. Found the vampire.
Found a vampire.
Does this
If
one
this
have
was a
coins on its
vampire
eyes?
king, then he likely had subjects.
This one does have coins on its eyes.
Is
So
it
if you want to
morally
roll investigation,
roll
the
investigation?
coins are a different color than the ones you have. They're silver coins instead of the
Interesting.
gold coins you have. So
Interesting.
if you want to roll investigation, that can tell you a little something about them. That
I rolled a 23.
So as you look at these silver eyes, you can tell that there's a spell placed on these eyes. Because not the eyes, the coins. The coins, because they're pure silver, right? They're still like the gold coins of the dead that you've seen, but they're spelled to appear silver for some reason, or for some means,
I'm gonna
or
roll
spelled
Arcana.
to be silver. Go ahead.
16.
60. They are spelled to be silver, and potentially to keep any non-human from interacting with these coins.
Well, you see here, it was probably not moral to steal from a random person, but I definitely feel it's moral to steal from vampires.
If one of the priests were here, they could roll a religion to learn a little bit more about this, but they're not. So, if you want to steal the coins, you can.
You know what? I'm gonna roll religion myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Dirty 20.
Oh, okay. You know that the idea behind this, the idea in stabbing a vampire through the chest, staking him, killing him, and then putting silver coins on his eyes, is to stop the vampiric spirit from using the coins, but to allow the human spirit, should it remain, to use those coins. This is that, are the vampires still human? Maybe. Let's give them coins that the vampire couldn't use, but the human could.
Touch one of the coins.
Nothing happens. It's just spelled to be silver. So, as long as you're not a vampire, it doesn't matter.
Fine, I'll leave it. Alright. Second one.
Strength check.
13.
It opens, same deal. If you were to guess, this one would be female, and the other one would have been male, but...
The urge to steal these coins are very high.
They were likely married.
That remains unclear.
I mean, they're buried together. Unless it was like a mother and her son.
They're vampire thralls. Don't worry, don't think too hard about it.
That's what I'm saying. Because of the vampires, it's especially unclear
I see.
as to what the relationship would have been, especially considering you can't read any of the text.
I am going to...
Or, well, Wilhelm can't.
Let's gingerly experiment here and take one of my coins of the dead and set it inside this tube.
Just, like, set it?
Yes.
Set it where?
Offering table.
The coin disappears from the offering table.
The coin!
A force unseen throws you from this mausoleum. And the stone door closes.
That bitch! I'm gonna pry that open.
Strength check. Also, priest, you definitely hear and see Wilhelm get thrown from this mausoleum.
13.
13's not enough to open the door.
I'm gonna start yelling at those damn ungrateful vampires to give me my coin back.
Camillus, Jonathan, do you do anything?
I'm gonna ignore it. It seems like he has it handled.
I'm gonna kind of just shout, I think it's this one.
Sure! These ones were staked down too!
I point at the gargoyles on the top.
Yeah, so like I said, if
they're
he tries
statues!
if he tries to open it, don't let him in.
Wilhelm, make a perception check.
I have an 8.
That's enough. You hear someone banging on the other side of that stone door.
Ugh. Guys, someone's knocking from the inside of the tomb.
You got it covered. I'm gonna start reading
that's
the
unfortunate.
I'm gonna
Um,
knock.
the
I'm gonna
script
knock
of the
back and go,
mausoleum.
vampire, vampire, vampire.
Wilhelm, Jonathan, Camillus. What are you gonna do? You're at the mausoleum. We're gonna cut to you, and then we'll cut back to what happens with Wilhelm.
I am going to read the script on the mausoleum if I can.
It is in Infernal, so I do believe you can read it.
I can.
It says,
I'm heading over
here,
to Wilhelm.
here lies King and Queen, fallen of Manhattan.
Oh. Well, I think I found it. The
Is that all
king
you're gonna
and
do?
Queen?
Yeah.
I'm gonna read further to see if it has some way to open it to get inside, maybe written down.
The only text on the outside that you can read that isn't like some sort of like demonic verse that's kind of like irrelevant, like you would just find it on any of these tombs really, is just that here lies the king and queen, fallen of Manhattan.
Okay. I'll start to investigate the mausoleum, see if I can figure out a way in.
Okay, go ahead and roll investigation.
Nat 1 + 5.
You're pretty sure you could just like knock on this door and might open?
Oh. Alright, well, I guess I'll try it.
Okay, before you knock on that, we're gonna cut back to Wilhelm. Jonathan, you are approaching Wilhelm, and Wilhelm, you've knocked on this door in reply. As you do that, the stone door comes flying at you, and you are going to have to make a dex save or get tossed under this stone door. This went sideways. So, Wilhelm,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. That's enough. You managed to just sidestep the stone door. You kind of take a little bit if it in the shoulder, so you are going to take 1d4 points of damage, which is going to be 3. And behind the stone door, the corpse of the male vampire stands frothing at the mouth. It's still just like it's rotting skeleton, so it's not like a fully formed human or vampire again, but it is clearly there to kill you. Jonathan, you see this door come flying at Wilhelm. You see him just sidestep it just barely. It smacks into his shoulder, and you do not see the person in the doorway, but you can tell there's something in the doorway.
Yeah, swords out
Roll
immediately.
initiative.
Guys, I accidentally raised the dead.
This is fun.
16.
10.
8.
15, 10, and 8. So, who got 16?
I did.
Who got 10?
Me.
Jonathan got 8. Okay. Way to go, Wilhelm. Let me get the correct information. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are gonna. I don't know how this is gonna go. You've awoken a very angry spirit. It's gonna get to go first. So, we're gonna start at Jonathan in the initiative order because he should get to go next. So, Jonathan, what'd you do?
Well, I'm gonna walk my way towards the entrance there. When I see something or I get in range, I'm attacking.
Okay, yeah, you see this rotting corpse standing there with a stake in its chest.
Cool. Let's go ahead and swingy swongity. 15.
15. That does hit.
Okay. Six damage.
Okay.
I'll swing with my other hand. $22.
That hit.
4 damage.
It is mostly unbothered by your attacks. And it is its turn.
Yay.
Jonathan, what's your AC?
17 right now.
So he's going to try and throw a punch at you. He misses. He's then going to try and step around you, so you're going to get an attack of opportunity.
I'm going to get the attack of opportunity?
Yes, you get to make an attack of opportunity. Because he's stepping
17?
out of your range. He's going for Will. 17, that'll hit.
6.
All right. And then it's going to throw a punch at Will. So Will, what's your AC?
My AC is 12.
It hits you for ooh, that's not good. For 24 points of damage.
I'm gonna cast shield before that.
Okay, that's smart.
That makes my AC 17.
So then it would have missed. So I'm gonna see it just his fist just smacks into a wall of arcane energy. And you can see like the arcane energy just kind of fizzles as it impacts. It is now, I believe, it should be. Oh, and I lost my page. Will, it's your turn now.
I am going to cast Mind Sliver on it.
So it needs to make
Intelligence saving throw.
It fails.
It takes 5 psychic energy, and it has 1d4 off of its next saving throw made before my next turn. The end of my next turn. And I'm going to cast. We use sorcery point quicken cast to cast insinuation as a bonus action against it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know right now, Wilhelm. You have any damage you do to it is doubled.
Cool. Sorry, I just gotta look up the sorcery point cost of quicken cast. That's 2. Okay. All right. So then he makes a wisdom saving throw with a 1d4 1d4 minus off it.
Wisdom save. Okay, so he got an 8.
That's a fail.
Yep.
He takes. There it is. He takes 7 psychic damage and is incapacitated.
Is that including your doubled?
No, it is not including my doubled.
Okay. So he's incapacitated.
Actually,
which is
sorry, I read their spell wrong. He takes that damage at the end of his turn, and then he gets to do another reroll. So that damage is not yet. So you could keep that total, or I could reroll it later.
that's fine. We'll keep it.
Okay.
Um,
And then after he's incapacitated, I'm going to bravely run away 30 feet and peek at it glaringly from behind another tomb.
Camillus, it's your turn.
Yeah.
I would say right now you're about 60 feet away from
Oh. Well, that's not bad.
because you had made no move back towards them.
All right, I'm gonna turn and cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
So
it needs to make
15 dex is the hit DC.
It's also
you got a nat 1.
He's
Got a nat
incapacitated.
critically failed.
Okay.
So do its max damage.
Oh, so 8. 8 radiant.
Radiant damage. Great. Then, do you want to do anything else, Camillus?
No, I think that's good.
So he is engulfed in sacred flame. It is then John's turn. Jonathan Adam.
Cool. Does it look hurt yet?
No.
Okay.
It is in fairness a rotting corpse. So
Gotcha. Do I use a smite? Fuck it, I'm going to. Not with that roll though. I'm gonna use my last lucky. Fun. That's a nat 1.
percentile.
56.
56. Let's see what that means. Reroll. Reroll.
Okay. Reroll the
Percentile.
d20 or the percentile?
Percentile.
22.
Okay. What did you try to do?
I'm just
hit him?
swinging at him.
So you miss him, right? And so you're swinging with a sword, correct?
Yep.
So your sword impacts the ground and it unfortunately smacks the cobblestone. So you kind of like stun that arm. So for 1 round, that arm is incapacitated.
Fun. All right. Yeah, that's my turn then.
All right. It is then. Yes, it's its turn. The thing's turn. It is going to.
It takes 4. Oh, go ahead.
Yep. It takes the damage.
That's at the end of its turn. So
At the end of its turn. That's fine. It is going to run up to you, Wilhelm.
It has to roll to see if it's still incapacitated.
Oh, right. Gotcha. It failed, so it's still incapacitated. Fuck, what does that mean altogether?
It just means he can't take actions or reactions on his turn.
Okay. So it can still hit people, right?
That's an action.
That's an action. So it can't take actions, but it can move. No.
Movement is an action.
So it can't do anything.
Yes, that
It's
is what
basically
incapacitated.
unconscious.
Okay, so it's just stuck. Great. Then I'm going to move on because then it's Will's turn again.
You know, I also had the brilliant idea. I should have thought of this sooner. I'm gonna run up because this is a very fun interaction. I think. While it's incapacitated, I'm gonna run up and put manacles on it.
Manacles.
Yep.
Okay. Wrist
Kind-
strangles.
Both
Or
if
the whole
possible.
shebang.
I
Both?
got a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean you can take an action to manacle him up.
I want to essentially hog tie this thing.
You do so.
Um.
I don't even think you need a check. I mean he's incapacitated.
So now I would also say he has the restrained trait now. I would assume.
I would agree.
A restrained creature's speed becomes 0, can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls have advantage against creature, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage, and the creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. It takes
Okay.
a 20 strength DC to break through metal mankles.
As you get him hogtied and down, he looks at you. It looks at you, and it says, "I swear vengeance against thee."
Oh fuck! It's a revenant.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
He's stuck,
bad.
to be fair, but he can't do anything.
Radiant damage every turn. This thing gets it gets healing.
Okay. Well,
And it just
I have
really
radiant
just
damage
gnashed
for
in its teeth
cantrip,
at you.
so
You can't do anything. But
Actually-
you can do that.
Out of curiosity, can we just like throw him back in here and then wait? Does he still have the stake in him?
Yes.
Why would they stake a revenant?
It was not a revenant when they staked it.
Giving it a coin turned it to a revenant?
If you want to roll insight or investigation or religion or something like that, you could learn maybe what's happening.
Sure, why not?
I would
Let
say
me see.
religion will give you the best bet.
Sure,
Best
why not?
understanding.
I'll do religion. 22.
Okay, also roll Arcana. Just to give you a
24.
full picture. Awesome. So you understand that you got thrown out of the mausoleum and the door slammed, right?
Uh-huh.
That was a different magic than whatever this guy is doing, or whatever brought this guy back.
Okay.
So essentially, the defenses of the mausoleum were like, "Get the fuck out! I'm slamming this door shut."
I probably
Unfortunately,
shouldn't have knocked on it because that probably was the trigger to open it.
no. So what happened is you gave it a gold coin that let a vampiric spirit return. It can't return as a vampire because it's been staked to the ground, but it can return as a revenant, and it swears vengeance against you because you're a convenient target. And it essentially came back, and it unfortunately beat the door's new DC, or yeah, DC, AC, whatever. And then it, attacked you. So yeah, you brought the vampire back as revenant, and it swore vengeance against you because a vampire doesn't really want to return after it's been staked to the ground. This is like a half-life for him.
Okay. Well then.
So yeah, you kind of just shouldn't have gave him that coin because it really was like, I'm going to come back and haunt you. Because
What happened to the
this
coins
whole-
that were on its eyes?
those were silver, right?
Yeah,
so
what
it couldn't interact with those in the afterlife. But it could interact with the gold one, which you offered it.
That's
So it
valid.
took. And because a vampire can't cross their specific river, it came back instead. And provided it destroys you, it regains what was lost.
What? I thought revenants die as soon as they finish their vengeance.
Yeah, well, typically, but it's like an alternate revenant deal.
Okay.
Stat block of the revenant, same basic idea, little different end goal.
Oh fuck! All right. Well, now he's hogtied. He's hogtied and restrained. We should just like beat him up. They've got like a fuck ton of health, by the way, so we're gonna get fucked. But we should just try to beat it up before it figures out how to get out of these restraints. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Yeah. Essentially, this vampiric spirit wants your body. Right? It wants to come back as a full-fledged vampire.
I'm just
So
gonna
once
keep
kill you,
getting
get that.
closer and casting Sacred Flame every chance I can.
Yeah, I'm going to assume at this point that because you guys have Sacred Flame, that you can cast basically unlimitedly, I believe, right? That's the cantrip, correct? You can just kill this guy. I mean,
Okay. So
he's restrained and incapacitated.
well, I
You
mean,
can destroy his body.
he can resist the incapacitation.
That's true, but he's restrained, so I don't really.
If I'm being entirely fair, my DC to break out is 20 strength of like the Mankles. He's got 2 sets on him, so it's not impossible for him to break out. They do have good strength if memory serves.
Well, he just rolled a nat 1, so
okay, that's fair.
If you're
I just was letting you know that like if you want to be fair about it, but if you want to go through it, I'm okay. I'm okay with the easy.
Well, to be fair, he still has a revenant. You know, he's still got that rejuvenation thing. So if his body's destroyed,
yeah. Actually, maybe we shouldn't kill this thing yet. We have to figure out how to stop this thing. Don't kill this thing yet. Don't kill this thing yet.
Not to metagame, but to metagame just a little bit. If you destroy the body, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay, we gotta figure out how to get rid of this. I'm gonna grab one of the silver coins from back there and put it on the pedestal.
Nothing happens.
Hey, priest, can you do anything about this?
I'm gonna do a religion check.
Yep.
Not great. 10.
You could attempt an exorcism, but because it's not a demon, you're not exactly sure how that interacts.
I'm gonna start trying to do a religion check.
Angered spirit.
About this. How do we put a revenant to rest? I got a 22. No, 20.
With a 20, you're definitely positive that there's absolutely some religious way to put him away, to be rid of a revenant. But you yourself are not familiar with that method. But you've definitely heard of revenants being dealt with by priests.
I'm going to take the knowledge that I gained from reading Tesla's book and say, maybe exorcism might work, considering he said it functions similarly to magic, so...
Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana in place of religion. This is an ability that
23.
Tesla has kind of granted you, indirectly, by his reading his book. 23. So, essentially what happens here is, like, you religiously don't understand how you would deal with a revenant, but, like, having read Tesla's book, and his notes on, well, it's not his book, but the notes he has in that book, you're quite confident there's an arcane ritual that you're aware of that could dispel such an angered spirit. You're aware of the ritual, you're aware that it exists. You yourself, this is just a barrier of knowledge. You do not have the tools or know-how to perform such a ritual.
Okay. I'm gonna tell Wilhelm about that. I'm gonna say, hey, I believe that there's an arcane ritual that maybe you would know better than me. That we could perform to dispel this creature.
I'm gonna roll Arcana. 12.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
9.
Or wisdom.
That would make it like a 7.
Okay, 9's enough, honestly. So you are not particularly aware of it, again, but you do happen to know people that would definitely know. You would guess that Cornelius Withers would know. Otherwise, you have met someone else that you've dealt with
I have no means
magical
of
items.
contacting that person.
They have a shop.
Cornelius Withers?
No, the person that identified your items. The person that gave all of you the tarot reading. I can't recall their name off the top of my head, but that person. You went to their shop and had them investigate your items for you?
Well, I think I have a bit more of a pressing concern than this vampire lord thing, because if I leave this guy alone, going to murder me, and I don't know how long these restraints have got, so I'm gonna drag this bitch back to town, dump it outside somewhere, and then go get someone to help me get rid of it.
Let me check here what I have.
Oh yeah. Also, I'm gonna gag this bitch
That's fair.
and
He's not gay.
blindfold.
And blindfold. He can't see or talk or do anything.
All right, have fun. I'm gonna take him by. I'm gonna grab him by his bony collarbone and start dragging him.
Okay.
Or actually, better yet, I'm gonna make a rope with him, tie it to his neck, and just start dragging him.
Valid. Where are you going with him?
I'm gonna go outside town. I'm gonna tie him to a tree, and then I'm gonna go into town.
You're aware you're in the middle of the city right now.
Oh, I thought we had to leave the city to get to this.
Nope.
Nope, it is in the city.
Neat. Then I'm gonna go and Is there a tree in this great mausoleum area?
Yes, there is.
I'm going to tie him to the tree,
All right, he's tied to the tree.
and I'm gonna go to the shop.
Okay. Camillus and Jonathan, are you
I'll
gonna
tell
go
them-
with him, or are you gonna?
I'll tell
Like,
them, please
what's-
watch him if you have a moment.
Okay, Jonathan, do you wanna watch him? And I'm gonna go back to investigating the mausoleum, see if I can figure out how to get in.
Yep. I'll
Right.
watch him.
Camillus, let's go back to the mausoleum investigation, and then we'll deal with Wilhelm in a second. Camillus, what do you want to try to do to figure out how to open this thing?
Am I out of sight of Jonathan?
I would say so. Yes, there's
Okay.
certainly ways you could be out of sight.
I am going to use shape change and turn into a tiny bat,
Okay.
and then I'm going to investigate the top of the mausoleum.
There are absolutely openings you can get into.
Okay, I'm gonna go in through the top.
All right. It's a mausoleum. There are 2 tombs. Yeah.
I'm going to unshape change, and start investigating.
Make an Arcana check.
17.
Yeah. So as you unshape change, there's a moment where you feel some sort of magic, like scan you, and it determines that your nature is not a threat, and ignores you. But that's all you really notice. And then you're there in the mausoleum. What do you do?
I'm going to investigate the. I assume there's a tomb in here of some kind, or a.
Yes, there are 2 tombs, 2 like big stone coffins. One is marked with like a king's crown, the other with like a queen's tiara kind of deal thing. So you can tell which is which at a glance.
Okay, I'm gonna see if there's any writing on either.
Both of them have an inscribed ring around it with basically it's like the curse of binding that prevents these tombs from being opened.
I see.
If you were to roll a
Even
religion
at
check, you
thorns.
may learn, or a history check would be more accurate.
History check. Okay. Okay, that's not gonna help. I got a
What'd you
7.
get? That's enough. You can tell that knowing these are vampires, knowing they were people who entombed them here purposefully, you can tell they did not know what they were doing as far as entombing or destroying vampires, and they did the absolute best they could do, and that was to use these curses of binding to seal these stone coffins, essentially. These things would not open for any regular person. Period. Yeah, that's what you learn.
I see. I have a feeling that a regular person couldn't open them, but maybe a vampire could.
Yeah.
I am going to try and consecrate the ground here.
Oh. All right. Roll investigation first, because I want to see if you notice something about this room.
Okay. I got a 16.
A 16's enough. You can see where there would be... You've seen mausoleums before, so you know there's typically like a offering shelf. Where that offering shelf would be, there is a lectern with a book sitting on it.
Okay, I'm gonna read the book first.
Okay, inside the book describes essentially these people who entombed this vampire. They were like the OG witch hunters of North America. Like they were the first. This is probably the origin of witch hunters around the world. Honestly, in some aspect, and certainly in like the Western knowledge of them. So they did not really know what to do to destroy a vampire in any capacity. So the best they could come up with was this curse. It tells about their journey. They were witch hunters. This is a book on the earliest American witch hunters, essentially, and their quest to entomb and destroy this vampire. Yeah. So it's honestly, some of the stuff they talk about is absolutely sacramental, or sacramental. The thing that means against the church. Sacrilegious, yeah, that. Absolutely sacrilegious.
Oh.
Like, honestly, it goes against some of the teachings even your order abides by. And it's like, oh, these are how you deal with things. Regardless of religion.
I see.
Yeah, but otherwise you could absolutely try to consecrate the ground. That would presumably destroy them.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt it.
Okay. The way this works, you need to. It's a ritual spell. So you need to succeed at 3 things: an Arcana check, a religious check, and also a survival check.
Okay.
So you have to make each of these. So let's start with the religion check, because you have to know how to consecrate ground first.
Okay, good. 18.
You should have advantage on this as well.
18.
18 is going to be enough anyways, but you would have advantage. So you know how to consecrate the ground. You start preparing the ritual. So you're getting candles out. You're getting your religious ornaments out. All this extra stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make that Arcana check.
12.
Okay. Go ahead and make your survival check as well.
9.
Okay, a 12 is enough to consecrate the ground. A 9 is not enough to know what consecrated ground will do to you.
Oh.
There's a 10-minute ritual that happens here. In those 10 minutes, what does Camillus do? Like, he starts the ritual. He's doing this ritual. What are Camillus's last thoughts as he does something that may potentially kill him?
Well, I think Camillus is thinking, hopefully this is for the greater good. Because it is not for his own good, that's for sure.
Okay. We cut right now, as Camillus endeavors in this ritual, to Wilhelm. Wilhelm, you come into the shop. What happens? Yeah, you're in the shop. You know, it's the same as it was last time. Big, magically mysterious. And there's this woman behind the counter.
I will walk over and say, so hypothetically, A friend of mine may have awoken the dead and sent a revenant after them. How would one stop that?
Okay, so this is Madame Lorraine.
Yes.
She can tell you. You would need a true arcanist of the most high order, more powerful than even me, to execute a ritual, the ritual of destruction, for lack of a better term. And you would need 3 companions to do so.
Oh, what a coincidence! I have 3 companions. Do you by chance have this ritual? The materials, the list, spell scroll.
She's like, I have a kit for it, if you'd like.
I would like to buy that.
And at this point, she's like, well, it is 50 gold.
I will hand over 50 gold coins.
Okay. She takes your 50 gold. She hands you a kit. Has everything to do the ritual. And she says, I can give you the kit, but I do not know our arcanist powerful enough to do the ritual.
I'll figure it out.
Okay. And I'm assuming you leave the shop.
Yes.
Wilhelm, what is your plan to find an arcanist powerful enough to do this ritual?
I'm an arcanist, and I don't know if I'm more powerful than her or not. I'm just gonna give it a shot.
Okay, that's fair enough. You're heading back towards the graveyard place.
Okay.
Jonathan Adams. You're watching this revenant. It's tied to a tree. You're bored, honestly. It can't do anything. What do you do? And you make a religion check.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's take you. Five.
You're lucky this is basic religion. Jonathan, as a priest of the church, a consecration ritual is not quiet, and you're quite familiar with it. You can hear as Camillus endeavors in this consecration ritual. You know that a single priest consecrating ground is very draining, and it's potentially dangerous to be done alone. You're the order of most necessary evil, so, doing things that are necessary but not easy is your game. But consecrating ground is, it's a difficult thing. As knowing these things, what does Jonathan do as he stands waiting for Wilhelm to return?
Well, part of me is saying, I should help consecrate ground and stuff. On the other part is just like, that's for the nerds. I swung a sword. And then another part of me is like, well, I was told to watch this guy. For the moment, I'm just going to continue watching this guy.
Okay. Back with Camillus. Camillus, as you continue this ritual, consecrate this ground, more than anything, consecrating ground is a test of faith. You are particularly lacking in faith. Presumably, especially at this moment, having learned what you did from Solomon.
Yeah, that's fair.
As you sink into the consecration meditation, you essentially enter a realm similar to Solomon's box. What spirit or deity do you meet there? Who are you consecrating this ground for?
Oh, See, it's between my father and strength, because I think strength is the only actual
Oh
deity
God, no.
that I like remotely trust.
Technically, Solomon's a spirit. You could also meet Solomon. For your consideration.
I see. I
I'm
think
not saying that's the right answer.
I think I need to borrow strength.
No.
Okay. So Strength's dimension realm is far different from Solomon's. Strength's is this. It's actually like it's this like, you've been to church. You know what like the inner sanctum looks like, where you go for services. It looks like that, but instead of like pews and like a podium, there is just this. It's anything that like a bodybuilder could want, right?
Yeah.
Strength is strength. He's this guy. He's throwing these big swords that are way too big to
Yo,
be
is that a fucking
used.
Pilates?
There's Pilates. There's everything you could want in the modern day, right? So all this stuff is like totally whack to you because you don't understand it. But strength's a deity. He gets what he wants.
Yeah.
Time doesn't matter to him. So he's got all this bodybuilding equipment, all this strength building equipment, and he's swinging a big ass sword around that like physically should not be able to be swung, like big anime style sword. You know what I mean? When you enter his realm, strength kind of doesn't really even notice you're there.
Oh.
So what you do?
Also, I suppose I'll walk forward and greet him.
Strength like looks up in surprise and was like, "Wait, this isn't what's supposed to happen. No one. How'd you get to my realm?"
I'm attempting to consecrate ground, and I need to borrow your strength.
And he's like, "Oh dear." In this moment, what you thought you had seen of Strength's realm fades. What remains is merely an empty inner sanctum of a church. Specifically, the church you grew up in. That you grew up going to. And the only person in there has the face of Strength. And he's standing at the podium, which is just like the raised stage. It's like the only thing in there. The face of Strength, but like the body of you at like 14.
Gotcha.
And he looks at you, and he's like, "Camillus, strength is... it's only what you know it is. It's your inner strength. I am only where you find strength." And yeah, so strength is telling you, like, look, I am a deity, but only a deity of inner projection. Yeah, so that's where you are. How do you think Camillus responds?
I think Camillus is going to respond by saying, I am particularly lacking in inner strength right now.
And Strength looks at you. And he takes a step forward. And he says this. "Camillus, the only inner strength you need is the truth." The truth shall set you free. I had to say that. It was too easy. No, Strength looks at you and he's like, "Camillus, strength can only be found within. Whatever else you draw on will be false. The image I appear as is false. I am a deity, This is true, but the truth is I am a deity of projection. I appear as people wish to see strength. It is not the truth of who strength is. I appear wanting to play games because that is the truth of who I am. And you see strength change into this small boy. Camillus, I was killed at 6, and he's like looking at himself like this is the body of a 6-year-old. I play games because that is all I know. I want it to be fair because that is all I know about what is right. And he looks at you, Camillus, and he says, but it was not right for me to die at 6. And in that moment, everything kind of fades away, and suddenly you're falling through an abyss of blackness. And you land in the church in which you were in the church in which you joined the necessary evil, the order of the necessary evil. And strength is like behind you, this little 6-year-old boy. And in this moment, you're aware that you're not seeing a projection of a realm, but instead a history, a memory. There's this 6-year-old boy surrounded by a crowd in this church in which you would later join the order of the necessary evil. But it's used for that purpose, to induct every member of the necessary evil, because it was once the place of the most necessary evil. In this memory, this 6-year-old boy who would become strength is given a judgment by a priest who you cannot make out. His face is hidden in shadow. And the crowd around this boy, I really don't think I need to describe what happens next. I think you can all guess. I'll let you fill in that blank. But that memory fades, and you are left in a world like Solomon's, a white box with the 6-year-old boy across from you. And he says, Camillus, to find strength is to know what you cannot know. That you will find victory at the end. Go ahead and make a religion check.
16.
Okay, with a 16, Camillus, in this moment, do you think Camillus finds the faith, the strength, the power to consecrate this ground?
I think he is seeing back and seeing what had happened to strength. I think he's remembering both what Jonathan told him and what happened to his family when he was very, very young. And I think the strength he needs to go forward is going to be his anger, his rage at what the church has been doing while hiding all of this from the people that they may do it for them.
Okay. In that moment, as you return to the mortal realm, to the material plane, you are floating. The child body of strength sits across from you, floating as well, cross-legged, looking at you. And he fades, and what remains is a red-filled rage you've never experienced before, but that shatters the mausoleum around you, explodes it out, destroying this land, destroying anything that stood in this mausoleum, that stood for what could have been. The mausoleum explodes around you. The bodies below you, staked to the stone, crumble to dust. This ground has been consecrated in rage. Unfortunately, rage is very, very close to vengeance.
I dislike you.
In that moment, as rage explodes out from this mausoleum, Jonathan, you are turned to observe this explosion of power that you've never seen at a consecration before. This is like completely out of your realm. And in the moment you turn, you hear the cracks of manacles breaking. And when you turn around, the Revenant has disappeared. Wilhelm.
Wilhelm, after going into town and legally purchasing the necessary stuff, goes back to find the companions that he hopes to have found to do the simple task of watching the chained-up prisoner that he captured.
You arrive at the cemetery of mausoleums to find the big one destroyed, completely destroyed. Camillus is just kind of standing in the middle of the wreckage of that. And you can see Jonathan like frantically like looking around cheese and behind mausoleums for the missing Revenant. It is
What?
on you guys.
The fuck? I have questions. I gave you one job.
I turned away for literally 1 second.
Watch the Revenant. You know, the thing that's eternally sworn to murder me and steal my body? That thing? I don't suppose it got vaporized. Did it get vaporized? Because if so, I'll retract the statement.
You can tell. We'll make it like an investigation check. Wilhelm.
15.
Okay, yeah, you can tell those manacles were broken, and it's very obvious that like something wasn't just vaporized. What do you guys do?
I am chewing the fuck out of Camillus.
Camillus or Jonathan? Because Jonathan was the one supposed to be watching him.
Both of them. I told them both to watch it.
I guess it's valid. Yeah. I mean, you guys roleplay. This is.
So I'm waiting. You got anything to say for yourself? No? Cat got your tongue? Straight got your tongue?
I didn't think this would happen. I'll be honest.
I just asked you to wait.
I saw a really good opportunity, alright?
Yeah, a really good opportunity to let loose like a level 80 thing that wants my body. And not in the good way.
How's the dragon egg looking?
Glad you asked. Go ahead and Camillus. If Camillus wants to look at it, it's somewhere in his bag.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna do a little fiddly bit here. Format options. Let me just. Okay, so you open your pack and you see the egg has changed color. When it was once forest green, it is now ruby red. Oh. It is still egg shaped. But it's turned ruby red.
Omelet making time.
And you notice also, Camillus, that I'm assuming you pull it out and like are looking at it.
Yep.
Where once it was cold to the touch, it is now very, very warm to the touch.
Well, I'm glad that your egg looks good now, but are you listening to me at all?
I'm gonna ignore him and do an investigation check on the egg.
Okay, that's cool. I would like you to know if I die, I'm going to become a revenant and come after you.
I only got a 12.
Well, again, you can tell it's a different color. And that it's warm to the touch now, but other than that, you're not really sure what's happened.
I hope you stub your toe.
Can I try and sacred flame it now?
You can, yes.
Okay.
Mayhaps not the best idea.
What do you mean?
Why would you? This is obviously a dragon egg. It's now probably not magical like the other one is. If you break it, you're probably just gonna break a dragon egg.
Okay, is Will saying this or is this metagaming?
Would Will have noticed the sacred flame?
That's a good question.
You're the DM.
I don't think you would have noticed it before Camilla cast it. I don't think
then
that
I
cantrip
suppose that was
requires...
metagaming.
Okay. Well, I wasn't
Sorry,
trying
not to beat in, but it was very much like I don't think cantrips are the spells in the same way necessarily. So I don't think there'd be some like
really quickly,
super obvious.
see. It is verbal.
I believe. Yeah. It's
Okay, let's do this.
But,
Roll
it is also instantaneous.
Sorry, my internet cut out.
Yeah, that's fine.
It is also instantaneous.
Wilhelm, let's do this. Go ahead and roll perception. Or dexterity. Make a dex
10.
save, yeah.
If it's
I would say a 10 is not enough to interfere with someone casting a spell.
If it's 11,
like
it's if it's a dex save, it's 11. But continue.
Okay, well, I still don't think
still not enough.
But yeah. And not to be like, oh, that's metagaming. It just feels like a lot of the time spells are going to happen and then someone beats it. And like, okay, well, if it's cantrip, I don't know.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
Anyway, so you cast Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
I
wasn't trying to, like, break it apart. I was trying to burn it. So.
Of all omelets, I guess.
As you cast Sacred Flame on it, it grows.
Oh.
So now it's like the size of a softball, but it's still egg-shaped.
Oh. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, you know, things are things.
So, if you're done, I don't even know what to say. I'm going. You know what? I know what I'd do. I'll use prestidigitation to soil your pants. Your underwear is now soiled.
That's fair.
You fucking asshole.
So Jonathan, I don't know how much of that you caught, but essentially...
I was just about to say, yeah, because my internet cut out. All it came back to was red egg. Is this a new egg or a different?
This is the
Camillus
same egg.
pulled out the egg, the seed, the egg, whatever it was, to look at it to see if what happened when he, consecrated the grapes.
In the middle of me screaming at him or telling him like, "What the fuck did you do?" and he just started ignoring me and then started doing this.
Yeah. So he looked at the egg, and instead of being green, came out ruby red.
Gotcha.
And then he cast Sacred Flame on it, and it grew. Is there anything? I think that's everything you missed.
Also, Will is mad.
Every day for the next the next year. I hope you stub your toe.
Just cast like a minor curse on me.
You know what? I'm gonna go look into voodoo dolls.
Oh no,
right
that's
back.
a pretty major curse.
Prone to stubbed toes.
Yeah. What'd you guys do?
Gonna unsoil his pants and grumble loudly that they've sent a level 20 monster after me.
Okay. Well, probably a good idea to go back to Tesla.
That's good. I better get my last will of affairs in order, so when I wake up with that deathly hand clamping down on my throat tonight, it'll be fine.
Because something tells me the vampire's influence on the dragon is gone. I don't know if this is my influence or what.
I will comment. That's a dragon egg. Like, not a cursed one anymore. That is probably like, if not it's like top 5 most rarest valuable things in this city.
That is true. Could you
Mayhaps
cast an illusion on it?
for how? I mean, I can immediately cover it for like a walk. I can't permanently do it.
Wait,
I'm just saying this might
just to
this
get us
might
to
be
Tesla.
yeah, I could do that. But this might be the kind of thing where we don't go sharing it with everybody in town and let everybody know about it. We could just say, "Oh yes, the egg crumbled when the vampire died," and then we could have a dragon.
That is true. However, I have no clue if it hates us or not.
To be fair, it is a red dragon. That's valid.
So,
Well, we can attempt to
I'm
raise
just
it.
assuming that your family, it's from the old world, so they know about dragons.
Red dragons aren't very fun for people. They're not like chromatic dragons. I mean, metallic dragons.
True.
All right, fine, fuck it. We'll just pass this up the chain of command, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not
Let's just
giving
get
them
out
the dragon egg. Because we have no clue what they would do with it.
Okay, so
I just want to know if he can investigate it better.
if you don't want, okay, slow this down here. All right, just follow me along with this.
Okay.
If we tell Tesla his investigation or anyone inside there, it will be public knowledge. Well, not public knowledge. It will be known. It will be a complete secret, which naturally means that every spy network in of every faction there is going to know we have a fucking dragon egg. So we're either gonna have to talk about it in turn of trying to be like, what the fuck are we gonna do about it, or we're gonna have to lie about it right now.
Do you know how to train a dragon?
I'm willing to try to find out. I already walked into a magical shop today saying hypothetically if someone raised a revenant, how would you stop it? I think it's not that raised. Like hypothetically, do you have a book on dragon rearing?
I wonder if hypothetically someone in a box would know anything about it.
Yeah, cool. We could just talk to Solomon about it. That would honestly be the better call of it too. But either way, we need to decide right now if we say this egg got crushed or if we're talking or if we're showing people.
Probably, at least for now, we'll keep it a secret.
Agreed. Right.
So then, how are we gonna hide this thing? In your bag? Are we gonna like try to like hide a dragon at the hotel?
That sounds like a bad idea.
I think this might be a violation of their no pet laws.
Yeah.
Well, specifically, do they ever say dragon in it? They probably don't have that unique law in their bylaws. You know what? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Let's just hide it for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it in a blanket and put it in my bag.
Okay.
Could you cast illusion on it?
What do you want?
Just an eagle egg or something. I don't know.
Sure.
Something less valuable. All right. So we have a pet eagle now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That we're going to raise.
So, okay. So this is some top tier spycraft that Nick is playing at here. So I'm gonna go ahead and determine that Will is gonna get expertise in deception from now on. So that you can mark that down.
Welcome to the club.
I think everyone can agree to that because that was literally some top tier spycraft.
That is true.
I'd like to comment. Do you say proficiency or expertise?
Do you already have proficiency?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, expertise.
Okay.
I had intended to go up one step, and I thought you had proficiency. So.
I did.
All right, if we need someone to lie, we have the person.
We have two people. I have +6 to deception as well.
So
Okay.
hypothetically, with my top tier spycraft, if I went and got a mustache and put it on, would the Revenant think I'm someone else?
I don't think you can I don't think you can deceive the revenant that is out to destroy.
The spy. Dun, dun,
I
dun,
think
dun.
that's some Arcana level shit. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Let's.
A mustache, maybe not. Maybe an Arcanic spell. I don't know.
Oh wow.
That guy has a very big dick. I'd like to say that.
Yeah.
Say that too.
All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go work on a way to avoid my impending doom. Let's head back.
Usually only when it's trucks, though.
Yeah, same. I understand when it's bikes. When it's trucks, what the fuck? You're already big. You don't need to be loud.
Yep.
So you guys are heading back to Tesla?
Yep.
Are you going to go to Central Park to retrieve your reward?
You know what? That might be good. Maybe the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe
hey,
Salix Crown would know.
No one says a thing about the dragon egg though. That doesn't happen.
Oh.
No.
Agreed.
Okay.
We talked to Solomon. That's it.
Okay.
All right. Let's go.
Okay, so let's see.
Should I feed it
We
more
just
sacred
stopped by the
flames?
popo.
Do you think the more
High
that
or
I
low?
feed it,
Low.
Bye.
I
Figures.
That's super high. Which high would be good for you, and I rolled a nat 20. So that's good.
Whatever Doug doesn't want is the answer.
You know, this is fine. There's a reason why I picked up the lucky trait.
So you guys arrive at Central Park without issue, and waiting for you at Central Park is a troop of satyrs to take you to Salix Ground. And they are like, this seems like not like a you're a prisoner's kind of guard, more of like this is an honor guard.
Oh, nice.
Like you get the feeling these satyrs are like Salix Crown's personal troops.
Nice.
We're getting
So-
treated like royalty walking in here.
You are in fact treated like royalty. Any wounds you have, they will heal.
I
So-
heal a total of 1 point.
I heal a total of 0.
So you come to meet Salix Crown. He is in the middle of the park. He appears to be holding some sort of court with another tree, a few other trees. But they see you coming, and the rest of the court seems to disperse. And
Wait.
Salix Crown.
How do the trees disperse?
They
The
walk
trees
away.
move by the roots.
They make
They're
like the
ants.
The
leaf
roots
Let me
just
tell
start
you.
wiggling.
They're ents. I thought that was obvious. Yes, so you come upon Salix Crown. He is also in ent form at the moment. And he greets you. He's like, "Ah, the victorious party."
Vampire gone, we think.
Yes, the shaman told me that the vampire had been gone and that terrible seed had been destroyed.
Yep.
Roll deception, Will.
My master.
You
of
said it
deception.
first.
Yep. That's a 26.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're cool. It got destroyed. Everything's fine. A
Alright.
side note, hypothetically, do you know how to destroy a revenant?
Salix Crown is like, well, no, but I could have a tree encompass him so he couldn't escape.
Yeah, cool. I'll
He gives
keep
you
that
that
in
like
mind.
double thumbs up. That means like that's the best I got, bud.
Well, honestly, that does sound good, but I think if I'm gonna go that route, I already plan to like dig a trench and fill it with concrete. That might be a little better.
He's like, that sounds better. But don't do it in my lands, all right?
Promise. Outside the city, maybe maybe somewhere else.
Do it
Sounds great.
underwater.
Underwater would be better. He says that. He's like, underwater would be better.
Cool. Keep that in mind. Make him sleep with the fishes.
Yeah.
And he's like, I believe you've come for your reward, have you not?
Yes.
He's going to hand you an item. I have not. This was all improv today, so I haven't prepared an item. But he's going to hand you a magical item that I'll tell you about next time. I promise.
Okay.
Sorry. That's how it goes sometimes.
It's all good.
He hands you this great magical item. It's going to be great. I promise.
Bigly.
It have something to do with nature, but obviously, because it's what he is. He also has some information for you. He tells you that cult you moved against. Some of their members have survived. And they have set up shop. In the sewers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what he's got.
Ooh, thanks.
Well, at some point I figured out we'll chase out the rats.
Gonna do anything else? Got anything else for you? I think it's gonna give each of you an item. So you each get a magical item of some sort. I don't know what yet, but to be determined.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I do want to meet Solomon. Maybe all three of us could go in. Maybe that would work better.
Yeah, Salix Crime's like, anything you need, I got you. Our kingdom's doing great. We're our Treatum is doing great. Central Park's thriving.
Nice. Glad to see that everything has been fixed up.
If you need anything from us, let us know. We're proud to defend our city.
Cool, thank you.
Regardless of the pollution you do every day.
Okay. We're gonna head out. We're gonna go.
Put my pipe away.
we're gonna go to Tesla now. See you later.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys leave Central Park. You've been each been granted a magical item. You go to Tesla. Anything happens on the way. You got an at 20 last time, so I'm just gonna assume nothing happens. So you're back to Tesla's office. Adam Frank has brought you up. Tesla's sitting behind his desk. It looks to be like he's writing something important. Some sort of letter, probably. What happens?
Hey, Tesla, we did some ritual and we took down the when we did that, with the whole place collapsed, took out the tomb, seed was destroyed, may have unleashed a revenant that's targeting me and might have escaped during the whole thing. That's a problem for probably me later.
Okay, deception with advantage because there was a lot of truth in there.
So I'll have you know, my rolls were a 26 and a nat 1. Then 1 was first.
Good thing you had advantage.
Yep.
Yeah, so he believes you. It's like, that's great.
Glad my
Wonderful.
team is great.
Yeah. We need to ask Solomon a quick question if he'll see us.
Okay. Are you sure? I mean, Solomon seemed pretty under the weather after you guys left. He didn't seem great.
I'll bring up more tea. I'll go.
Jade, he may be exhausted at this point.
We could talk to him later.
It's fair.
I mean, you certainly can now. I'm not going to stop you, but
We
bring
could
tea for
I mean,
sure.
we could just
Start with that.
we'll
Start with
come
the
back.
tea this time.
All right.
So you don't want to start with the tea? You can start with the tea.
Cool. I'll go get some jasmine tea. And
Okay. You go and grab. Actually, I can guarantee you Tesla has some in his office somewhere.
Okay.
He can give you.
Yeah, we can see if it'll be easier for Solomon to bring us all in if it's all three of us or just one, and if it's just one, then Wilhelm can go in and ask him about the thing.
all right.
You can ask the box.
Hey,
Tesla will
Bach.
get it. You don't really notice where he gets it from, but he gets it from somewhere.
Hey.
I was just about to say, I was gonna see if I could try to investigate while he's doing that. Just like looking.
Yeah, you can roll an opposed roll, but I'm telling you, he's got a good bonus. But
Okay,
try.
I'll still try even if I fail. What would this be?
Perception.
Perception?
Yep, opposed perception.
19.
You don't notice.
Okay, figures.
You're looking intently, and then the Eiffel Tower catches your eye.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he gets out the box. You can certainly ask it.
Yeah. Okay. Hey Solomon. We all have a singular question for you. If it'd be easier to bring one of us in or three of us, I think Wilhelm would probably be the best candidate. You seem to like him more. He has tea.
I do have tea, but can we all have a tea party this time?
Box says, it literally comes across this. That's fine. Don't ask me how that's in text, but it's in text.
All right. We all put our hands together and let's go.
Make a wisdom check. One of you.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I got a 14.
That's enough. You get pulled into the box, and you are now all in Solomon's realm. There's a little table that's, arranged with the 4 chairs, so you can all sit down and enjoy tea together. Solomon looks quite a bit worse for wear, but he's hanging in there.
Solomon, are you all right?
Just sick. There's been a lot of talking in the last week.
I suppose.
All right, we'll leave you alone after this question. I promise.
That'd be nice.
Um,
It's draining to bring people here.
we have something very important. Camillus?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the egg and unfurl the blanket.
And Solomon sees it, and he grabs gloves, seemingly from nowhere, but he puts them on, and he's like, "Can I?"
Yeah, go ahead.
And he holds it, and it's incredibly rare. In my day, dragons flew across the sky, but not anymore. There's only one egg that I know of that's in the realm, and I know this from Tesla. It's in a museum. It's a silver dragon egg. This is red, so it's perhaps the only chromatic dragon left in the world. But red dragons are the fiercest of the bunch. However you made this egg into what it is, must have been powerful.
Yeah.
Could we hatch it and raise it?
I will tell you at this point that Solomon is a wise person, but he doesn't have access to all information, and he's looking at Camillus essentially for an exchange of information at this point.
Okay.
So I consecrated the ground around the vampires with strength, inner strength from strength. And I believe that consecration is what turned the dragon from a shadow dragon into a red dragon.
Well, the vampire's corpse was destroyed.
With an interesting look, and he's like, Did anyone witness this aside from you?
I don't believe so. At least not from close.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the vampire's corpse destroyed was probably the thing that got rid of it.
Yes, probably. No one saw this happen aside from you?
No, I was otherwise preoccupied. Stare.
Jonathan and the Revenant were outside of the mausoleum. I think Strength might have been there with me.
And he turns to Jonathan. Jonathan, what did you see? What did you...
Well, I heard consecration noises. I didn't really pay much mind until, well, the entire thing collapsed.
Did it, collapse, or did it, explode?
More of an explosion.
Okay, and did you happen to see any, magical aura? You can go ahead and roll insight if you want to, Jonathan, for that. Or history, I guess, at this point.
15 for history.
Yeah, so you remember having seen it. You basically you just caught the explosion bit, and there was like this huge red ore that just exploded out across the whole graveyard, like kind of a wave of magic energy. So you could tell Solomon that if you wanted to.
Aye, it was almost like a wave of red, kind of like the egg itself.
And at that point, he looks at the egg, and he looks at you, Akilas, and he says, "You did this with strength."
Yes.
At that moment, his realm morphs, and it morphs into this like. It's a room that you would find in like a wizard's tower, you know. So it's got a bunch of magical research stuff going on. Jonathan, I think you're the only person who's never seen a realm morph like this. But yeah, this happens, and he goes over to a bookshelf. He leaves the egg on the table in front of all you, and he grabs a book, and he starts flipping through it, and he opens it to a page and puts it down in front of you, and he says, "I believe you've changed the identity of the deity Strength."
Oh.
For this, and this hasn't happened since briefly before my time. When I was a child, really, is when the last time it would have happened. Strength is a relatively new deity. He's more recent than any I'm aware of. More recent than I am, in fact. I don't know what you know about Strength. But if he's become Rage, as the evidence seems to indicate, the pantheon of the deities that exist on our plane is about to be terribly upset. And not in like they're going to be emotionally upset. They're going to be like politically upset.
Oh.
The landscape of the pantheon will change.
Goddamn God politics.
And he sits down and he says, "You are not familiar with any of this because religion is very much different now than it was in my day. But the pantheon of all the gods is every deity you could imagine. The emotional deities, like Strength or Rage, as I believe he has become, they're a specific kind of deity. One raised from mortal beings. Rage comes and goes. The emotional deities die as their memory fades. We haven't had a Rage since my time. Rage, in my time, was an agent of a deity two of you are particularly familiar with. I cannot speak his name, or bad things will happen, but
yeah.
I'm sure you can imagine whom I'm speaking of.
I would imagine he laughs quite a lot.
Yeah, I
No,
imagine
actually,
so
he
as well.
No, I was thinking
He
it
doesn't
was
laugh at all.
Abaddon.
Oh.
Oh, he does. Oh, you're missing the point, I see. Okay, well, that's entirely fine. Rage was an agent of a particular god, not the one you think it was. Apparently, I miscommunicated that, but I can't be more clear. So, he was an ancient of a god, and he brought much despair through his rage. And he eventually birthed a new deity called Despair, and Despair destroyed Rage, which was good, but also bad. Good because Rage was a plague on humanity, if I'm being honest, and Despair was an evildoer. At her heart, Despair is an evil deity. She still exists, and she is by far the strongest of the emotional deities. The most influence. Huh?
So what you're saying is, without that we have Rage, we have to switch it to bargaining, then depression, then acceptance.
Perhaps. I don't. Emotional deities are very complex beings. But Despair exists. Despair is a very angry deity, which seems counterintuitive. But anyways, Despair holds vengeance against humanity. She despises humanity, so she brings despair. Despair has worked with those agents on our plane to continuously keep the human race down. Despair will not like that a deity of rage.
I have a question.
Let me finish. A deity of rage should spell the end of the deity despair. Camillus, if you have in some way summoned this rage entity, this rage deity from within strength, you are his champion. And the fate of the world now may rest on the shoulders of you and your party. Wilhelm, you had a question.
Yeah, I want you to define humanity.
Oh,
That is a good
have you
point.
told them this bit?
Not particularly.
Right. Well, okay. Quick fill-in. So, originally you weren't all humans. There were lots of different races, and then something happened because people were afraid of other things, and they made you all one race. So now you're all humans. That's what I mean. The definition of human as it stands today.
Cool.
Let's see. Am I included in that?
I suppose not anymore, but, you know.
At that point,
You're
things are
half human.
finally kind of clicking together. What do you mean not anymore?
I mean, he's still half human,
Well,
right? I mean, I
technically
guess you're
no.
half elf, really.
Yeah.
Well, this is complicated. I don't know if that applies to you, to be honest. I am wise, but not all-knowing.
So back to the main purpose of this inquiry. Is it possible to tame a red dragon if raised from birth?
It certainly seems so. If there is, so red dragons are like also deities of rage, sort of, kind of, in the way that dragons are deities, right? They're agents of rage, kind of.
So if a champion of rage raised it,
Right
fine?
now you're getting it. Now you're
Cool,
getting it.
cool,
Yes.
cool.
Okay. Also, when I cast Sacred Flame on it, it grew.
Yes. It's red dragons. They respond well to fire,
Oh.
especially
That
like
makes
sacred fire from a champion of rage.
Oh. All right.
By the way, speaking of, Camillus, you may wish not to reveal any of that to the church, because if they find out, they will probably kill you. That's more than I should have said. I'm going to have to say goodbye now.
Okay.
And you disappear from Solomon's box.
Yeah, I kind of already figured they would
So you all stumble out of Solomon's box.
after seeing what had happened to Strength.
Wilhelm, go ahead and roll perception as you emerge from the box.
13.
You notice, as you emerge from the box has this little crack in it that it didn't before.
Oh,
And
that's
you get the feeling that happened because Solomon revealed something he shouldn't have.
Gotcha.
I see. Can I try and cast Mending on it?
You can.
Non-magical stuff. But again, you're a champion of a deity now, so go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Go ahead and make.
It doesn't
is
take any
mending related
rolls.
to? Okay, yeah, I got that. I
It's
need
a
you to
cantrip.
make
Makes
a
you
roll, though.
you fix non-magical objects.
I feel like survival fits, right?
Um,
Hold on. Let me check my skill list. Let me check the skill list.
it would probably be either Survival or Arcana.
I would probably make this Arcana because you're trying to fix a magical
Yeah.
artifact.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's make an Arcana roll.
Okay.
Sorry. That's how this goes. You gotta think about
Jesus.
things
Okay. Well,
hard.
it was very close between 1 and 19. I rolled a 1 plus 5.
Oh,
Critical failure.
yeah, critical failure. I'm sorry to say, I think you make the crack a little worse.
Oh. Sorry, Solomon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Critical failures would do that. He appreciates the thought, and it says that. I appreciate the thought. Please don't try it.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it alone.
I think at this point, unless you want to talk to Tesla more, that's kind of the end of the session.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's a good ending of the session.
Okay, so I will I will message you guys with your magic items at some point.
Yes, email our magic items to us, please.
Yes, I will email you. Your magic.
If I don't get it in proper email format,
I need to get it in 3 to 5 business days, or I swear.
yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm complaining to your manager.
All right. I'm gonna wrap this up now. This has been episode 6 of season 1 of the Coils of Manhattan, or season 1 of Characters in Dice Out. This Coils of Manhattan, whatever. Written, produced, and DM'd by me. Hi, hello. Streamed by DJ Voicebox, me, and Hyphen 2. Although DJ didn't record today, so I don't know if that should be there. But anyways, in order of appearance, Camillus Contis, played by
Hyphen tour.
Jonathan Adams, played by
DJ Voicebox.
Wilhelm von Ludberg, played by
Hey, I'm Nick.
and the world of CoilPunk, designed obviously by me. This has been I Look Across Manhattan, episode 6, The Green Seed. That turned red, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's gonna turn orange. It did turn orange at one point in time.
It just turned
Yep.
orange and then
Yep.
red. Interesting progression there. All right, that'll be all for now. Stream. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I never took it off the BRB screen. That's embarrassing.
Ah, it's all right. I did.